Olele, olele, olele. Thank you, Connor, for the 9 months, motherfucker. Let's go. Hype train going to motherfucking shoe. We haven't even begun. Up, 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 up. Udre. Up, up. Who survived 2024? You did. I did. I mean, there's still 2 days left, but hey, let's be optimistic here.
U meni Zagora, stojim na Dinari, kraj mene Krkani, se sami Ivani, pršut na stolu je, gemiš tam silazi, od litre vina mi, skačemo po livadi, nakon par bokala podižemo atmosferu, skidam se do pasa, pivamo gangu i reru, materi sam reka da razvaliti se neću, al u meni je Zagora, ne živim ja u Beču, mi smo momci najjači u selu.
To se znade.
Glave su na veće nego planinske gromade. O, ča, 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 nožinu mi dade. Pišu dana izriže na debele komade. Mi smo momci najjači u selu, to se znade. Glave su na veće nego planinske gromade. O, ča, 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 nožinu mi dade. Pišu dana izriže na debele komade. Svi za stolom pričaju nešto. Ja mučim bez zubi.
Welcome to all the early heads who are starting in 2 minutes. I'm living my dream of being a DJ who just plays from Vinamp, you know? Lazy commie, is there any other type? Opa, tsupa. That was Gangerera Peki for topic, I guess. I don't know why it doesn't open on a Vivo account. Welcome. Already starting with a nice little train. How is my beautiful chat doing? It is me. You go back on Sunday, the 29th of December. Only 2 days before we say goodbye to a beautiful year, a difficult year. A year worthy of all content kings, 2024. We shall remember it fondly. We shall remember it badly, depending on your personal experiences. I shall remember it as, hey, I lost some weight and then I gained it all back in like 3 days because I spent it with my girlfriend's family, and those people literally only know how to eat and drink. In the best of cases, it was very nice. I just ate a lot. Even though my real Christmas is on January 6th and 7th, real Orthodox Chads in chat agree. Some Orthodox people have still nonetheless accepted the goddamn heretical Catholic capitalist 25th of December. So I had to celebrate it on that day as well. Doesn't mean I will not do proper, very traditional Orthodox Christmas on the 7th of January. Thank you, Carl Wenger, and thank you, Hell, for Hildis, both OGs here in chat. Thank you very much. Some of you here for a whole fucking year. Communist Gunnar state agent reporting for duty in fascist Sweden. It is good to have you, Swedish secret agent Gunnar, child soldier. Those are words that are coming out of my mouth. Anyways, I'm in a very good mood. I am dressed formally. Today I am formal Hugo. Look at me. I look like I'm a used car salesman. Ha 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 ha. Or I sell stocks. Do you sell stocks, fellow Hugo? I I am many stonks, but we call them subscriptions. And those stonks keep going up at level 2 hype train even in the beginning. Thank you, Avon the Immortal. 8 months sub to my favorite comrade. Keep being based. You're going to you keep being based and keep reappearing here in chat because we have built the most wholesome communist community that I've seen anywhere. And we will continue to grow for our great ideal of using mutual Twitch aid, where basically I spend a lot of money so that you have, so you don't have to watch ads, shall be achieved by 2025. Just a reminder, for every 10 gifted subs, I donate another 5. Anyways, how was your Christmas? How was your Chrysler? Many debates about homophobia, transphobia, communism equals bad, Vuvuzela 9000 iPhone, or was it, wholesome? I don't know. You tell me, chat. How was your Christmas? How was your Chrysler? How was your Christmas? Or whatever. That's one of my favorite memes, by the way. For Christmas, I want you. Oh, it was actually good. I'm happy. That's good for you, Horst. Stonks Hugo. Yes, today I'm Stonks Hugo. Today I'm very big in corporate mood. Still got a little bit of bling, but that's pretty much the swag. Opabat. Christmas was good. The many lunches after have been harder. It was good because I got a new PC, so you're watching me in full 4K glory. Don't tell people that are watching this in 480p that some of my hairline is slowly disappearing. Don't tell the rest. Some people were like, "Why don't you buy a better camera? This one's a bit blurry." I'm like, I do not want you to see me in my full glory, if you know what I mean. Family, friends are conservatives. You were so crisp. It was great spending time with family and ate away so much food. Me too. I ate sarma. I ate goat. What do you call it? It's like goat. It's fucking sheep. No, it's not sheep. Jagnje jebote. How is jagnje? I don't know. I ate haram pork. I ate lots of chickens. Basically, I committed a genocide over a small animal village. Lamb, thank you. Lamb, thank you, Retro Comrade. Thank you very much. I don't know why I immediately referred to it as goat. It's just an instinct. No Christmas in Russia. Unfortunately, Santa crossed the Israeli airspace trying to get here. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I mean, Russians also celebrated in January, right? The Ukrainians now switched to December 25th because they want to properly distance themselves from the evil neighbors. Thank you very much, Rock702. Thanks, Holmes. No, thank you for your 10 months, you fucking G. And thank you, Fresh. Thank you for the epic streams. No, thank you. This year has been absolutely fantastic, and it was an experiment that I wanted to do on whether I can leave the corporate world. And thanks to you guys, especially everybody that's followed and subscribed, I've proven to myself that it was not only the right decision, but something that I would genuinely like to dedicate a bigger chunk of my career towards. So yes, I'm fully brain rotting and I'm fully streaming. That doesn't mean that the podcast will suffer, that First Thought will suffer, or that the Yugopnik videos will suffer. They will not. I will just completely dedicate to the Twitch stream much more than I do to the Yugopnik YouTube channel. There I will only post videos that I'm actually interested in creating because, Twitch allows me to, basically feed myself relatively well so that I can only concentrate on projects that I care about and not just, doing the classic content mill, which I really was afraid of becoming at one point. I mean, as some of you know, I only have like 40 videos over on YouTube, and that's for a reason. I try to make videos that have not been done before. I try to cover topics that don't necessarily even have much theory that revolves around them, but I also like to do classic shit posts. But again, shit posts that have not been done before. Thank you very much. No, for the 11 months as well. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you so much. Coming on that buzz cut. You fuck with the buzz. I look like I'm from Hitler Jugend, but it's the only fucking haircut that actually works on my disgusting facey with my big eyebrowies. Anyways, this was the song Ganga Herrera. Thank you very much, Zin's Left Nut, for the level 3 train. As you all know, your girlfriend might tell you that a 6 is good enough, but I can tell you that a 5 is good enough. But I can tell you that here, we are size queens when it comes to our trains, and we really like 7s and 8s, or sometimes we even get 9s, but sometimes sometimes people overdo it. One time we had an 18er, okay? That was difficult to handle, okay? That was difficult.
Would you say that social media?
I was not normal for for at least a week after the 18er, okay? If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Baskat requires Kyla. Brate, gledaj, imam ja Kyla koliko ti duša hoće. I have many Kylas. I have 2 Kylas. I'm Kyla on steroids. Oh, but yeah, Zin's left nut, thank you very much. And Marley Senpai, this hype train is looking very good, very sexy, very thick, very throbbing. So what do I have prepared for you today? Well, look at the title. That's pretty much it. Christmas has just passed, and for the based Orthodox people, Christmas is only coming in January. So we need to answer a big question. Was the big man, the Son of God, the reinterpretation of what it is to be human, manifested through our greatest qualities, Jesus H. Christ, was he a commie? Many have asked this question. Many have rejected it outright. Let's see what Uncivilized, the YouTube channel, has to say about it. Funnily enough, the current Pope of the Catholic Church is like left adjacent, which I've always found very interesting. So we will talk about that. We will talk about anxiety and its links to digital consumption. I saw Alice Capel pop out a new video 20 hours ago, so that's nice. We're going to watch 2024 recaps, many of them, probably just one. We're going to watch the Free Luigi rally that was just recorded yesterday. We're going to talk about how empires fall. And wait, why is this all the way down? We're going to talk about arguably the most important topic today, which is the biography of my boss, Lord and Savior, the King of Twitch himself, Jeff Bezos, and his entire life's biography made by this lovely creator. Fucking 37 minutes. Yeah, we'll be watching that at 2x. But what I find the most interesting topic, and the topic we will start with today, is chatters. Apparently, you need to make many children as long as you're white. So I want non-white chatters to take their fingers, put them in their ears, and go la 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 la, because we don't want you making babies. No babies from you. If you have Family Guy terrorist meme. Okay, so same, this, right? This, but if instead of mentally disturbed, I wanted to say make babies here, okay? Make babies. If your skin tone is more like those lines below, according to these people, which now let's all LARP to be a part of, I want 0 babies. No babies, okay? No welfare queen babies. Understand? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? I can just take out headphones. There you go, Emil Tachanka. You're Kazakh. You know exactly what to do. You need to keep watching the video, subscribe, throw money at me, but you should not listen because this does not apply to you. Or maybe they're not as racist as they are. Plot twist, they are. So yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but for the last pretty decent period, the man, the legend, the king of kings, Elon Muskuru himself has popularized the theory that, holy shit, no more white kids. We need more white kids. Please, not in your white wife as long as you're white. I've always found it weird, and I saw that my boy Tom Nicholas, who also came to the D program once, very chill guy, made a video about it. So let's explore it. Why do they want us to have more kids? Is it because they need a labor force without which they will slowly collapse? And if we do not create a surplus of children, which will de facto in a capitalist economy have to be from a less wealthy background, because we need poor kids that are not college educated to work jobs that nobody else wants to do. No, that's not it. It's because humanity or something. Very good. I love baby, but make sure baby white also. Oh, usually it is white people screaming about this. Imagine the way that neocons, those same neocons that are usually proposing this type of shit. Thank you for the level 4 hype train. Imagine how they would react if there was active content creators that are people of color that were constantly screaming, make more kids. We need to make more kids. I want black families to have at least 15 children in America, because that is wink, wink important for our wink, wink demographic growth, wink, wink. Of course, they will be like, oh my God, the great replacement is here. They are going to fucking overtake. They are going to kill all of us. So, in this case, let's see what the opinion is. Why do neocons want us to have many kids? Use all the money I saved not having kids on taking white people's jobs, houses, and women. You see, this is why we need more children to fight by any means necessary. Okay. African American vernacular English should become standard English. I could not agree more. Thank you, CMS. Thank you, my friend, for the work you do and having a great community. It is the least I can do, but the community, that's all on you. That is all on you. Okay, the fact that all of you want to listen to a deranged guy with a mask shout for around 12 to 16 hours every week is completely on you. Turns out people that like spending time that way, very wholesome, very wholesome. For 12 months, I have had very little trolls, except the king, the Lord, who we miss dearly. We miss him dearly, the great Israeli patriot from India. How I miss being called a cum-skin, pig-skin, Christian, atheist, communist fuck, or whatever the pitch was back then. I can't remember. Anyways, this is the video. Mods, please pin the video in chat and let us start. Why do neocons want us to have many babies? Many, many babies, indeed, many, many babies.
Let me show you
There's too many minorities in the water parks. I love this man. Look, this is a man that woke up one morning and said, my genome needs to reproduce. My genome needs to... Motherfucker, you look like that? All I'm saying is if you look like that and you want to have a lot of kids, there's ways where, your neighbor could give you kids. It is time for woke skull measuring. I am very well known for this. Okay, I'm very well known for this. Woke eugenics is what I can have a PhD in. Understood? Okay, let's go.
Organization is not to convince people who have no kids to have 2 kids or 1 kid. It's to convince people who have 4 kids and to make it easier for people who have 4 kids to have 9 kids if they want.
This is Malcolm Collins. Malcolm and his wife Simone are authors, private equity investors, and venture capitalists based in Pennsylvania. Earlier this year, they welcomed their amazingly named 4th child, Industry Americas.
Oh my God, it's my girlfriend likes to quote this very often. She's like, the people that think that just need to reproduce continuously share the mentality of a virus. Pretty much. But I to an extent agree, to an extent disagree with the take, because, sure, if we deem ourselves to be a virus, then I'm a virus patriot. I'm a very big speciest, humanist, maximalist, whatever the fuck you want to call it, United Homo sapiens type of fucking guy. I unironically am. But those of us who are a parasitic cyst on our species, usually these ANCAP industrialist slash, fintech people, etc., them mass reproducing and creating members of their own class en masse, is them creating a virus that feeds off of us as a virus. So I'm not denying we are not a virus. I am only saying that the only thing I know how to be is a virus. Therefore, I am a virus patriot, aka I love the Homo sapiens. But there are cannibalizing aspects, cannibalizing groups inside of our wider species that hurt our wider species, and that is usually the bourgeois, the big bourgeois capitalist, and people like this that propose hyper breeding, but only members of their own class are simply creating our future bosses, and therefore de facto are parasitic entities that simply multiply and impact us negatively. But that is one argument. There is a counter argument that I think is very decent. It's, I don't know who, I'm quoting someone, I don't know who it was. It was the greatest karma for rich people is that their kids are usually fucking idiots. That's kind of it. Like, rich people create all this shit, etc., but because their kids grow up in incredible luxury and prestige and privilege, they don't usually have a lot of skills that they garner, so they end up being fucking idiots that lose all the money. Unfortunately, capitalism and capitalists have devised many tools that allow their kids to stay wealthy and stay captains of industry even when they are imbeciles. But yeah, if you ever want to give an argument on doesn't matter if it's a guy in the sky called God or just universal karma, there is such a thing when it comes to rich people, and it's that they are given kids that are idiots. And it's again systematic to an extent. It's not even, you don't need to make it a religious aspect. Thank you very much, Rosantic, for the 5 months, you fucking G. Thank you very much for the sub. Let's get to that 2025. It looks really nice so that we have no ads in 2025. For every 10 gift subs, I give 5 for myself. Anyways, yeah, let's look at these parasites, preach how they are the ones that need to reproduce, and most likely not anybody else.
Into the world. But if a family of 6 sounds like a pretty full house already, they don't plan to stop there.
We're gonna have more than 7 if we can, basically, until my uterus is forcibly removed in a botched surgery. I'm gonna keep going.
If you keep even vaguely up to date on the news, you've likely seen the Collinses about before. They've been interviewed a lot over the past few years, in newspapers, on podcasts, on TV. And that's because the Collinses aren't just planning to have lots of kids simply because they're fond of children. No, they're the leading lights of a new...
Again, just to remind you, if this was a Pakistani Muslim family in the UK doing the same thing, they would have their house burned down and they would be shot. Okay? They would have their house burned down and they would be shot. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. Just saying. In case you're like, oh, this isn't racialized. Why do you bring race into this conversation? Yeah, this isn't race. Yeah, sure. I have a bridge in San Francisco that's like on discount right now. It's my private property. I can sell it to you right now, if that's what you believe.
Niche yet vociferous movement, which they call pronatalism.
So the Pronatalist Foundation,
that's so true, but probably stabbed because it's the UK. Oh, chat never changed. German neo-Nazis have figured out a way how to use woke virtue signaling to hack libs by having a gay woman leader. Meanwhile, American betas have figured out the way to hack conservative empowerment by applying red lipstick after birth and casually planting long gun on camera behind Yap spot. That is a way to put it. Kind of unrelated, have you ever thought about analyzing the hooligan scene of former Yugo countries in connection to the commodification of sports and capital? That would be a very interesting conversation. But it could be one that's had about subcultures in general and how they eventually always get commodified. Not commodified, they get brought into whatever the dominant socioeconomic system of a particular place is, because you had hooligans, for example, in the 70s in Yugoslavia, which were very progressive and so on. And then, you bring the 90s, which are hyper-nationalist, hyper-right-wing, hyper-capitalist, neoliberal, and so on. And you have those very same hooligan groups then readapt to the current dominant ideology and become what they became. Thank you, Toasty. It's so sad Steve Jobs died of NEOCON. Absolutely.
which we run, says no matter what.
Listen to LGBT Nazi voices and gazes. I don't know what gazes are, but yes, I agree.
But we are going to have demographic collapse in the developed world, and it will wreak
NEOCON these nuts. Very funny, Anne. Very funny. You're hilarious. You're very hilarious.
Havoc on the economy. Our goal as an organization is to preserve as much of our existing human diversity as possible into the future.
Their corporate...
Did anybody just... Did you catch that? Did you catch that? Did you catch that? I don't think you caught that. Let's go back.
We are going to have demographic foundation,
which they call...
Listen, please. Again, now carefully. Let's go. Okay.
So the Pronatalist Foundation, which we run, says no matter what, we are going to have demographic collapse in the developed world, and it will wreak havoc on the economy. Our goal as an organization is to preserve as much of our existing human diversity as possible.
To preserve as much of our human diversity as possible. What is human diversity, I wonder? Is it the continuous existence of very separately defined races? Herder. Nazi DEI. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2025. Nazi DEI. I love this planet. I fucking love this planet so much. Oh, alles für die Ökonomie, jawohl, ja, ja. Wir müssen die Diversity of the planet preserven. Verstehen Sie das? Wir müssen, der deutsche white man must continuing to exist. Otherwise, diversity go away. That is why we do this. Ja, ja.
Into the future.
Their core belief is that the great...
Yeah, don't you know? Don't you know that if we do not... we do this for the diversity. Where will diversity go if there are only non-white people? We must protect the white people from disappearance. I love the spin of white replacement as human diversity preservation. Woo-wah-wee-woo-wah-wah-wee-woo-wah-woo.
The greatest threat currently facing humanity is not climate change, inequality, zoonotic disease, or any of the usual concerns you might hear raised about our crisis-stricken world, but
now I'm really glad I'm basically dressed as them, like a fintech neo-Nazi, even with my haircut, so that I can, make these points. White people, the least endangered species. No, the fact that they're even looking at racial categories there is no way you can talk about the preservation of diversity through the lens of race without believing that race is not simply a social construct, but a very real differentiator between humans, aka you think that race is biological. So what I'm saying is you have to be racist to believe it. You actually 100% have to be racist to believe this. If not, then, okay, let's say we must, here in Spain, we have very big eyebrows. We must have Spanish people fucking other Spanish people because otherwise we would lose out on the diversity. People are like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you're like, well, if we do not have only Spanish people fucking Spanish people, in like 200 years, we will not have this type of bushy eyebrow. That is the same level, like the preservation of bushy eyebrows is as biologically sound as the preservation of white people or black people or Asian people or anybody. Because if you're talking about the preservation of race, means that you de facto think it's a biological context. And that is, well, fucking racist. Thank you very much, T-Gay. And also quasi-scientific. It's not just even racist. It's just like incorrect. It is incorrect. Completely incorrect. And thank you, Check Habibi. Thank you very much, ka. Okay. Thank you very much, ka. You have to be racist to take race as such seriously. Exactly. There's pink-tinged whites, blue-tinged whites, gingers who turn bright red after 10 minutes in the sun. This is...
Have you checked all these people?
Me when I walk into a room with these guys, or these days.
Have you checked all these people's identification cards?
No, we haven't done that. Why would we have done that, GI?
To see if there are any known Nazis. If so, they will be dispatched of in short order.
We are all feeling shot. We're all feeling like Mr. Anti-Nazi Robot here when we are looking at preserving the diversity of our human species. Indeed. Oh God, woke Hitler, bro. Woke Hitler is fucking dropping so good. Bushy eyebrows entitled people to a bespoke stat block. pin beige whites against pale whites. I mean, wasn't that like half of World War II, bro? Thank you, TY Gay. Thank you, my gay friend, for the gift sub. We are 9 gift subs away from me gifting another 5. This is just a reminder. Thank you very much.
Instead,
GI Bot did nothing wrong. Absolutely, bro.
declining birth rates.
It's so much worse than people think. So if you look at the United States, if you project forwards the decline in fertility rate we have had in the past 10 years, and you assume one generation every 30 years, for every 100 Americans, there's only going to be around 4.3 great-grandchildren.
The Collinses aren't alone in harboring this fear that humanity might be on the brink of dying out. Pronatalism has become a highly fashionable thought trend in Silicon Valley. Elon Musk has repeatedly stated that
It's like it's a classic rebranding. Herder, overpopulation will destroy us, so we must make the blacks and the Asians fuck less. Blacks and Asians proceed to have beautiful, sensual sex and continue to create many, many kids. Whites are like, okay, I mean, they love sex too much, those others. How about we encourage ours to have more sex? That's basically it. That's basically it. More sex for the whites. But only with other whites, okay? Look at me, only with other whites, motherfucker.
that what he calls population collapse represents an existential threat to humanity.
Imagine your dad, like, his whole life is like, I want 7 grandchildren. Do you understand? You know, your German grandpa that migrated to Argentina. I want at least 7 grandchildren, and you bring a girl over. You know, like, Dad, I think I'm gonna marry, and I'm gonna make you 7 grandchildren with this lady. And he's like, oh, I would love to see her. In walks a black lady into the living room. What is the meaning of this? But Grandpa, I thought you just wanted grandkids. Yes, but not, but like grandkids that are gonna be good at finance. Oh Lord.
A position
This is off topic, but have you ever thought about getting a Spatha sword or something instead of a bat? Maybe. I have many machetes here, okay? I have many swords here. I have many tiny knives, indeed. We need to outfuck the other races. You don't understand. It is for the sake of our race. I mean, racial diversity, absolutely. Make 14 out of spies.
which appears to have factored into his own decision.
I mean, if you make like 14 like biracial kids, one of them is gonna pop out like looking completely like one of the parents. So the grandpa is gonna like it's gonna break the grandpa's head, the Nazi grandpa's head. He's like, but how is it an Aryan child that has popped out of a black mother? And you're like, cause this whole fucking pigment thing is insane, Grandpa. You stupid fuck. Like, Jesus.
To have fathered 12 children.
You go, sword guy? No, I have a lot of knives. I'm a stab guy. I'm a stabby.
Time of recording. From there, the belief that we urgently need to boost birth rates has become a recurring theme, both
By their logic, Mormons should run the world.
within the contrarian podcast sphere.
I mean, they are the superior white. But why are Mormons? Oh, I never even thought about this. Okay, no, like properly help your unk. I've never seen a Mormon that isn't like traditionally defined as white. And for, Mormons like those like pre-reform Mormons that have like 10 wives, why do they never have an Asian or a black or a Latino wife? Racism. Yeah, I'm guessing as much. But is there some like weird, what do you want to use as a word? Weird theory excuse in the religious text for it? In the past, black people were seen as cursed by Cain. Like literally, they're cursed with black skin. Yeah, fantastic. So wait, when the Mormons are walking around the city, like knocking on a door, like, do you want to speak about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? And if a black dude opens the door, do they just turn around and leave? Oh. They're like, no, not with you. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but not with you. Not with you. I think they patched that. Okay, not anymore. Okay, God bless. Okay, God bless. I always encourage relative improvement. Okay, there was a DLC. There was a DLC in the Mormon video game, where in the character creation screen they also added skin pigment. Fantastic. But you know what they didn't add? The devil of all devils, advertising. Just like the ad that is going to play in exactly 20 seconds. So avoid it by becoming a subscriber for $6 a month for free through Prime, or by gifting to those less privileged than you. And for every 10 gift subs, I will give another 5 straight out of my pocket. Thank you. The ad plays in 10 seconds. So let us continue.
And informal conservative
Buy a DLC to not watch ads.
politics at the very highest levels.
We don't have enough families and children to continue as a nation.
There is one critical outcome that liberal individualism has completely failed to deliver, and that is babies.
We want to produce babies in this country, right? We want to produce babies.
When I first started making this video, I was pretty skeptical of this whole population collapse thesis. Given the rogues gallery of populists and reactionaries that have become the leading lights of the pronatalism movement, it's easy to push it aside as just another conspiracy.
Jesus Christ, Comrade Ja and Valorant helping me out here in the great jihad against advertising. Thank you very much, friends. With those 12 gift subs, that means I gotta give another 5, because mutual aid is real, even on platforms like this. Let's fucking go paint the chat blue, baby. Thank you so much, Comrade Ya, and thank you very much, Valorant. Everybody say thank you very much, Valorant and Comrade Ya, because all of those who are new in chat, by the way, I unironically do this because I unironically want there to be no ads on my channel. I want 100% of active viewers and active chatters to not have to watch ads. So, okay, let's continue. I do not want to preserve diversity amongst ad watchers and non-ad watchers. Here we believe in the great replacement theory, and we support it. For all ad watchers must be washed out by the beautiful and superior species of subscribers. Thank you very much, Theoretical Hair, and welcome to the community. Thank you, Theoretical Hair, for another 5 gifties, and thank you, Valorant, for another 1. Thank you so much. That puts us at, it was 1 before, 5, we're at 7. We're at 7 now, so in 3, I give another 5. I do not lie. I hate money, but I hate ads more.
Theory. The latest installment in the franchise which brought us vaccine passports, 15-minute cities, and they're eating the dogs.
They're eating the dogs.
The more time I've spent digging around this topic, however, the clearer it seems that declining birth rates really are about to lead to some pretty significant social and economic challenges for many countries. Probably the country that you're watching this from right now. There are a few questions that I want to try and
answer. By the way, for those of you here in chat, I am commenting on this from the part of the world that is the most impacted by declining birth rates. Okay? I am talking to you from the post-socialist world, where a lot of the declining birth rates are related to a small thing known as... These were the first countries on the planet that actually introduced women to higher education and the workforce, and therefore we, on average, stopped utilizing women as a simple fucking baby-making machines, and therefore there is a higher consciousness amongst women on the diversity of choice which they might want to pursue in life when it comes to how many kids they would want, what type of career they would want, etc., etc. And throughout that entire history, at no point was the idea of carrying children, having children, or being a stay-at-home mom defined as negative. Quite to the contrary, it was defined as one of the most important jobs that the person can have as the representatives of our species. The only thing that was done is that other options were introduced. That, and then the more unfortunate aspect of it, and that was the collapse of all of these socialist experiments for this reason or another, which led to the 90s, which everywhere from ex-Yugoslavia to the post-Soviet sphere were basically the apocalypse. Like for around 10 to 12 years, people lived in the apocalypse. So that slowed down how much people can afford to have kids, etc., etc. So we just find ourselves in a very very weird place, and there is an active negative impact on our economy because of lower birth rates, but there is a much bigger negative influence defined as brain drain, which is where most relatively educated people, young people, emigrate out of the country because there are no fucking jobs, bro. And there are no fucking jobs because we are still being shaken by, our great embracing of the market economy and the capitalist system post-1989. So, yeah. Very good. The people want you to yap louder. Okay, I will increase the microphone. Very good. Increase the microphone. The biggest issue my country faces in terms of population decline is brain drain. Exactly what I say. Yeah, if someone has high, decent life prospects, they'll move to a Western nation and often never return. Yeah, and if you actually want to impact the brain, that's always the meme. If you want to, at least in my part of the world, and again, I'm talking to you from part of the world that has arguably the highest population decline on planet Earth. If you want to have more Croats and more Serbs and more Bosnians and more Ukrainians or more Russians, maybe you should, increase life standards domestically so that these people that have ideologically already been introduced to the fact that having a child without being able to support him is kind of unethical. Maybe you should increase their life standards so that they consider having a second, a third, a fourth child as ethical, because they will know that they can financially bring upkeep with the needs of the child, etc., etc. So yeah, that's kind of the wider situation. A slight oversimplification on my side, but I'm not going to bother you too much with it. The mic on the other things? What? The mic, not the other things. I increased the mic, baby. I'm talking to the mic. It is unethical as a child, as a shit father. I want to have kids they can care for. Exactly. But so many of my friends from elementary, middle school left, bro. It saddens me. Croatian population dropped from 4.2 mil to 3.8 now. Literal genocide. Yeah. It unironically is. And it's because of the economic situation in the fucking country. It's not because the Arabs are coming and they are outbreeding us, or people are not patriotic enough, or some stupid shit like that. Kiss the mic. There you go.
Answer over the next however many minutes then. Firstly, how bad really is the decline in birth rates which the pronatalists are so incensed by? Secondly, why are they so interested in this crisis over the many other challenges the world is presently facing? And thirdly, does the pronatalism movement actually have any useful answers to the world's baby drought? Or are the real solutions ones which the Collinses, Musk, Trump and their allies would be unlikely to find so appealing?
If you look at it from any point of view, social conservatism about gender and sexuality is just the neoliberal solution to the innate outcomes it creates in societies. Absolutely. Dude, you're like long term, if you genuinely believe in the equalized development of the planet, we know that population increase at one point peaks and it evens out. But these people do not want the so-called developing world or the so-called third world to catch up with the Western world, because that is your solution. If you want the overpopulation to stop, and you want there to be on average as many Ghanaian kids as French kids being born every year, you increase the life standards in Ghana. It's that simple. But obviously they don't talk about this because they don't want the life standards in Ghana to increase, because then how do we pay for our kids, bro? Neocolonialism, etc., etc. You know everything you want to say.
Any discussion of modern day concerns about birth rates has to start with...
Or you can make everyone in Ghana gay with wokeness propaganda. Like, make the Ghanaians great! Make all the Ghanaians gay. That is how we win. Make all the whites straight and all the Ghanaians gay, and we're gonna be so joy and gay.
This book. This is the
More like gay.
Population Bomb by Paul Ehrlich. Published in 1968, Ehrlich's book makes exactly the opposite argument to that of today's pronatalists. Rather than population collapse, it warns of a rapidly approaching future in which an exponential rise in the number of babies being born means there are more human beings alive on planet Earth than planet Earth can adequately sustain.
The main premise is that there's 3.6 billion people.
Demographic transition, I teach it to 14-year-olds, right? Exactly, but no, you cannot introduce basic logic to a theory that preaches you need more kids when the hyper-focus is on specifically white kids.
In the world today.
And it's like they're trying to an extent, like, to look at this from a more, I don't know, not to sound preachy, but like ideological perspective. It's de facto reactionary because they understand that they cannot adjust the material conditions to motivate even people in the so-called developed world, aka the West, to have more kids. Right? They are running out of money to basically throw at them to have more kids. So they have to create an ideological current where people are only having kids because of a particular belief system that they carry, aka that belief system being that the whole world is going to collapse unless I have 7-8 kids. Get it? It's like a church says, give me money because I'm helping the community. But then the church is like, I can keep more of this money without helping the community. So how does the church get more money? They hit you up and they say, you got to give us more money because God said so. That is basically this.
Writing about 70 million a year, and that's too many. It's too many because we are getting desperately short of food, that we're very much short of other resources, and that above all, the very delicate life support systems of the planet, the things.
The wokes don't want me to have babies, therefore I will make babies. That would probably work.
That supply us with all of our food, ultimately with all of our oxygen, with all of our waste disposal, are now severely threatened.
What the population bomb does share with today's pronatalists is an unapologetic alarmism. At its heart is the observation that what Ehrlich calls the doubling time of the human population has been exponentially decreasing throughout history. Prior to 1650, he estimates the global population...
Hugo, what about people who have children in third world countries? Are they one? What do you mean? You should have as many kids as you can financially support. That is, I'm sorry, I draw a line there to call me reactionary, right? So whatever part of the world you're in, you should follow that rule. A lot of people don't follow that rule because they are not educated on the topic. They're not educated in the topic because their country is impoverished. Why is their country impoverished, especially in the developing world? Because they were fucking colonies up until yesterday. And that's it. It's massive oversimplification, but that's it.
Population doubled around once every 1,000 years. Then, in the 200 years between 1650 and 1850, it doubled again. Then again in the 80 years following that. By the time the population bomb was published, that doubling time had dropped to just 35 years. The challenges which might come with such a rapid rise in population.
Some chatters are asking how many kids should do. God, dude, but my love, I have answers about Marxism and Zizek and Hegel and shit. I don't know how many kids you should fucking have. This is super subjective. Have as many as you can love and spend time with and can financially support in this deranged fucking system. I don't have a fucking answer how many kids you should have, brother. But like, yeah, some want 2, some want 1, some want 12. God bless, but don't treat them like cattle. There was a lovely chatter that said, like, tithes for tithes' sake is fucked up. Like, these are like conscious Homo sapiens that you are birthing. They will have to, have a lot of time dedicated by you to them so that you can raise them to be relatively chill dudes and dudettes and NBs and so on. NBdettes. So yeah, like, just... don't overdo it. I don't fucking know.
Population are
don't overdo it, don't underdo it. Do have as many kids as you want. We should be able to live in a world where we get to decide how many kids we would like to have. And the irony is that the closer a particular country is to that type of world, aka more financial viability for women to enter the workforce and more financial viability of basically having more cash, people usually tend to not have 10 plus kids. That's it.
Fairly obvious. It might be relatively easy to double the global population in 35 years.
I can't birth the kids because I should not be a parent. Sorry, all. You do you, but that's I like to apply, a bit of this is just my personal opinion. Never give a leadership position to a guy that is constantly obsessed over becoming a leader, and parents that think they're gonna be shitty parents most likely are going to be really, really good parents, because the fact that they think they're going to be shitty parents means that they care about how a child is going to be raised. So, yeah, it's the ones that are like these fucking freaks, right, that are popping them out because white replacement or some shit. That's the ones you should be worried about. They're like, this is my duty to my motherland. You should be like, oh, fuck. Are you a fucking cow? Like, the fuck?
But it's much harder to increase the size of the global food industry at the rate.
People who treat kids like property, very much so. It's the commodification of kids. Like, you don't even have to go to I'm Paul Yugopnik today. I'll go back. You don't even have to go as deep as these guys that think you should have 10 kids because otherwise white people will disappear and the world will die. It's somewhat most people do it for much more classic capitalism-induced ideological reasons, aka the commodification of children. A lot of people just have kids because that's how they show off their status to others. I don't only have a nice job, a nice car, and a nice house. I can also afford to have 3 kids. Look at you. You are not on this imaginary, on the same level as me on this imaginary competition that we are all fucking running on who gets to be where hierarchically, because you can say, huzzah, maybe you are grossing more than me, but I have 3 kids and you have only 1. I am a better human because I raised 3 kids and you concentrated on your career. Huzzah. That is commodification. That is the commodification of the child. You're using it as a literal status symbol. And you can go in many other directions. So, yeah, I guess I'm coming to by talking to you, chat, to a kind of a conclusion of where I stand on it. It is when you want to have a child because you want to love something and because you want to contribute to your species' organic growth, aka creating good humans and not just humans for the sake of humans. And when you can carry both the emotional and financial burden which is incurred on you when you choose to have a child, when you cover those bases, that's when you should have a kid. That's my super subjective, not a deep opinion. Do you think the state ought to alleviate the parents as much as possible, focus more on the core family to bring up children? The state should help parents help parents that have multiple kids. It cannot financially support them, but that should be 20 to 30% of its focus when it comes to helping them in the long term. And the other 70 to 80% should be dedicated to creating an economic system in which such a concept as, parents who cannot afford to raise their children, to stop that kind of, situation from ever occurring. AKA, before you have systematic change, you help out people that are struggling because the system is just not working correctly, aka late stage capitalism we find ourselves in. So these families need to be helped. But if you only focus on the welfare state, then it's putting bandages on the cancer, right? You have to change the system so that eventually that problem removes itself from the equation as a whole. Thank you very much, Monchi, for the sub with Prime. Thank you very much. I agree. Why wouldn't have you been my father? I am your Twitch daddy, okay? Be my subs. Oh, what the fuck? Why did I just say that? Watch the video. What the fuck?
The challenges which might come with such a rapid rise in population are fairly obvious. It might be relatively easy to double the global population in 35 years, but it's much harder to increase the size of the global food industry at the rate required to feed all those extra people. Can you build enough houses for them? Enough transport? Educate them all? Can the environment take the extra stress they'll place on the planet? Ehrlich's answer is an emphatic no. He went on to argue strongly for governments to introduce measures to discourage people from having as many.
Like, okay, well, what is the financial burden placed on a parent when it comes to their children? You got to give them food, you got to give them shelter, you got to give them education, right? If education is a human right, if shelter is a human right, and if food is a human right, aka post-scarcity that can be achieved to a very, very close margin to that being achieved fully with a socialist system. Huzzah! You have solved absolutely like 90% of the problems that everybody is screaming about when it comes to why they don't have children. So you will create a planet in which people have as many kids as they want. But then that's going to be a problem with these people because they actually want you to have as many kids as they want you to have. They don't want you to actually choose how many kids you want. And that is the whole fucking point. You forgot the PS5. Many games and many bureks. Burekin games, yes. What is this? This is sick. Shit. One moment. Baby armor, minus 10 speed, minus 10 sneak, grants immunity against character with positive karma. Is this Elon Musk, bro? You can't shoot me. You can't tase me. You can't gas me. You can't even knock me down. Now without something very fragile and very precious going squish. Yes, this is their unironic logic. And this was Elon after the Luigi assassination. It was fucking legendary, dude. We don't even have an accessible housing market for today's millennials and Gen Z, let alone for future generations. Without approachable housing, how can one have many kids knowing there's a chance they won't be owning their homes? Incredibly correct take. And why do you think Comrade Ja or Comrade Ya, these particular guys are not answering that question? Because to an extent, that is the point. They are more capitalist than even white supremacists because they know that if they have an incredibly unsustainable population boom, they will have what? A lot of poor kids that become poor adults that become cheap and easily exploitative labor. So the kind of what's the thing, the iceberg theory on this, for me at least, is like on top, if it is white supremacy, and they do believe it, but below it, it's class solidarity. It's these super rich that have kids, that want their kids to have a big enough population to exploit once they grow up and become wealthy as well. It's quite... It's like you're looking at the iceberg and you're like, oh my God, that's so fucked up. Because you look at the top, which white supremacy is super fucked up. But then you look underneath it, it's oh my God, it's even worse. Like holy shit. I mean, it's equally as bad. It's just it's attaching to it. It's like so it's not even an iceberg effect. It's like a floating turd effect. Only the top of the shit is floating on top when you look at a poop. But then you're like you dive and the poop is like a fucking snake. Creation and maintenance of the underclass. Beautifully put, Rebel Leg. Beautifully put. It's more reprehensible to bring consciousness into this world at the moment. We got some things to change first. Yeah, I leave those sorts of opinions to you guys because it's inherently very, very subjective. Everybody's experiences are very, very different. Sometimes fortunately, sometimes unfortunately.
Children.
The only hope that there is that we will be able, at least in the United States, through the political process, to get a government that's courageous enough to say, look, we're overpopulated and we have to have population control and start moving in that direction.
This concern that the size of the global population might one day overwhelm the resources available to feed everyone wasn't entirely new. The population
I mean, it went really well in China, remember? The one-child policy, that went fucking great.
bomb is effectively a modernizing adaptation of an 1803 pamphlet by Thomas Malthus, which similarly predicted that overpopulation would one day lead to famine and war. Nevertheless, Ehrlich's book was a sensation. It sold more than 2 million copies, led to its author becoming a regular.
Also overloading education systems and social security. They want both of those to burn so they don't have to fear an educated proletariat with time to ponder in their system. Exactly. For the philosopher is only the one who has enough free time to ponder on the mysteries of the universe. It's been the story of our time since fucking ancient Greece. And they know it really well. So, yeah, sorry to repeat myself, but we kind of we're developing actively as we're watching this video, and that's why I like chat. We're developing a counter thesis to this particular thesis because it's a relatively new one. It's not new because it's great replacement, but they twisted it. So, it's shit that we've seen before, but with much stronger rhetoric. And yeah, the class underpinning of what on the surface only seems to be racist, we are now realizing by actually cutting it into pieces and looking at all the pieces, is not only racist, it's still racist, but it's also got a very, very, very strong class underpinning.
Guest on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson and firmly lodged this concern about population growth in the popular imagination.
Until very, very recently, if someone was going to strike up a conversation with you about the global population, they were almost certainly going to argue that there was simply too many of us.
Ehrlich's wish for population control even came true in at least one case in the form of China's infamous one-child policy, which punished families who had more than one baby. There was just one problem with Ehrlich's thesis. Even by the time the population bomb was published, global birth.
Before we continue, as always, I'm not sponsored, even though hit me up. Today we're doing Velo 2 out of 6. Very weak shit. This is the strongest that you can get in America. I believe it's 6 milligrams. Very weak stuff. But hey, I'm trying to cut down. We got... what's up with the haircut? Velo 2 out of 6. It's good. I realized the green one is the best. It fucks with my throat the least.
Birth rates had actually started
Weaning
to
off,
decline.
baby. Yeah,
and over the next 50 years, they would steadily reach a point where the world's population was...
Look at what type of nicotine it is, though. There's types of nicotine. It's got like mint in it and... $6 milligrams per pouch. Doesn't say anything else. Doesn't say about the type of nicotine. Normal nicotine needs a stronger dose, but there are other types that need less milligrams to do the same. Try 12. I usually do the 12. Sometimes when I drink, I do the 18. Right? But now I'm more sober than a fucking 12-year-old listening to a speech about population decline.
Not about to catastrophically explode, but in many countries was actually starting to decline. In short then, the basic phenomenon that the Collinses, Elon Musk, JD Vance and their fellow pro-native...
I love creators like Tom, because I would never be able to dumb it this much down. Like, I'm not saying he doesn't respect his audience, but like... You kind of have to treat your audience literally like he's using child toys to explain things. I cannot because I might sound cocky, but my chat kind of smart, if you know what I mean. My chat kind of got that big brain shit going on. They also kind of hot as fuck too. They kind of sexy as shit, Yeah. Fucking slurping on chat right now.
Natalists are so concerned by is a very real one. Across much of the world, people are having fewer children than ever before.
There are a few key metrics which help us understand.
By the way, here we min-max our kids, and by our kids, I mean our subscribers. For every 10 subs, I give an additional 5. We are currently 3 subs away from me giving an additional 5. That is 3 equals 8. I hate money, but I hate ads more. Oh, what's up by any means necessary? Joke's on you. I'm in chat and I'm dumb as fuck. Reminder for chat that overpopulation is myth. The world's richest billion people are responsible for the majority of the planet's energy and resources being used and wasted. The poorest 4 billion humans could disappear tomorrow, and it would change nothing about the various crises on Earth. That is absolutely correct. But as you can see here, we're tackling the kind of the use of that same theory, but used to inspire the reintroduction of population growth, but only for a particular subcategory of people, which is pitched to those very same people through different dog whistles that it's actually about them, and it's about preserving the Western race and the white race, etc., while being kind of underpinned, no, funny enough, overpinned, if that's a word, by the need of very rich white people to have more poor white people that they can exploit. Man, racists are so cucked always.
And how population size changes over time. The first is the total fertility rate. This is the total number.
Thanks for the sub a week ago. You're very welcome, punk. That's the beauty of YugopnikTwitch. We're the only people on this whole platform where the streamer is a absolute psychopath and spends his own money so that absolutely everyone in the chat can actually have an adless experience. It's crazy.
Number of children the average woman in a given country or region will have over the course of her life. At present, for example, the total fertility rate in Egypt is 2.8, which means that, as things stand, the average Egyptian woman either has or is on her way to having 2.8 kids.
You see, again, this is why I really like Tom. Like, for example, if I was making the same video, you know how it would go? If I was making the same video, it would go like this.
The rate in Egypt is 2.8. At that figure to another...
And I would not explain what fucking 2.8 means, because I'm like, everybody listening to my shit knows what a fucking population rate of 2.8 fucking means. So like the fuck, you know, it's... Again, it's very good that he's doing it this way. I just, I can't do it. I can't do it.
0.8 kids. But if we're interested in whether the population of...
I also like the eugenics guys always being thin, weak nerds with glasses, great genes. Those must be, absolutely. And they found like 2 of them, both the husband and the wife, is what Adolf would literally be like, hey, maybe you don't get the budget for the creation of Ubermenschen. Maybe no free house for you in Lebensraum. Yeah, you can stay here. You be accountant or something. Yeah, thank you very much.
Egypt or any other country is going to rise or fall over time, then we need to compare that figure to another metric called replacement level fertility.
This refers to the number of babies that each woman in a given country or region would need to have for the size of that population to remain stable once that woman and everyone else in her generation passes away. In most countries today, that figure is around 2.1. The complete 2 children here effectively serve to replace the 2 parents who produced them when those parents die, whilst the 0.1 of a child accounts for the fact that, sadly, not all children will survive into adulthood to produce more children of their own.
I'm ethnically Finnish and I refuse to birth a single child. I'm not contributing to this Nazi nonsense. I gotta get sterilized before the Musk breeding farms open. I think that's a little bit extreme. Please don't do that. I don't know. If you really want to be like, I don't know, against more white people, which is kind of fucking weird as well, because that kind of also means you kind of believe in biological race. I don't know, just fucking have a kid with... someone you don't define as what, I don't know, but that also would be weird because you're only having a child with someone because they're not, what the fuck, what, don't do that, you're a little bit weird, but you're Finnish, so it's you know, it's, you can't help it.
Broadly speaking, if a population has a total fertility...
I'm a girl. Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
A new child soldier.
Thank you, DXJ, for the 3 months, UG. Thank you. No, you do. It's your body. You do whatever you want, but like, don't go get fucking sterilized. Some shit. Or do if you want. Everything I say is me continuously shooting myself in the leg. Should you do you? Yeah.
Rate of more than 2.1, it will grow.
Each cohort of parents will produce more children to add to the total population tally than they will reduce it by when they die.
If that population's total fertility rate drops below 2.1, then it will decline.
Each cohort of parents fails to have enough children to replace themselves when they pass away.
Okay, where does this one actually go? It was here.
Have you
of
seen
course,
this?
within a certain...
Seeing what? Let me see. Why is it the greatest champions of the white race always turn out to be the worst examples of it? You. What? Where the fuck is your chin? Oh, God. This is a fucking classic.
Country, this rise or fall can be either exacerbated or alleviated by migration, as people either flock to or flee from a certain place.
Nevertheless, if we look at this chart recording shifts in the global total fertility rate from 1950 to 2023, we see that from a peak of 5.3 in 1963, that figure has been trending steadily downwards. As things stand, we're having just 2.3 children per woman, and that downward trend only needs to continue a very, very tiny amount more.
Yeah, and like, ignore all the relatively more sophisticated arguments both you chat made and I made because I'm so beautiful and sophisticated. Why is it that number from past of how many people, good number, if in future we not have same number or higher number than number in past, that bad. What that's the whole argument. That's the whole. What?
Or before the global population begins to shrink. At present, this is exactly what demographers expect is going to happen. The United Nations currently predicts that the global population...
Less factory, sadge, yeah. I mean, the answer is very fucking simple because the economy needs to grow eternally and hyper-exploitation needs to exploit more hypery. So we need more people. Basically, we need more people, more slaves, please.
Will peak sometime in the mid-2080s.
Which is crazy because these are usually the same guys that are like, oh my God, AI, we're gonna optimize everything. There's, we don't need so many people, but they're also like, oh my God, we need so many people.
80s, at which point declining fertility rates...
Turns out a server farm of fucking AI bots costs a lot more than a fucking underpaid Sri Lankan baby working in your mines. The AI children yearn for the mines.
Will launch us into a new era of increasingly rapid population decline.
And while Paul Ehrlich might be popping open the champagne, the pronatalists are concerned that a situation of what they call the population collapse might simply present us with a whole new set of challenges. Let me show you another video.
Why is it in Japan many people have no children? Why the population's going down? Why women having so few children? Are you worried?
Most normal white guy, bro. In Japan, they got plenty of its fucking problems. And the whole fucking, misuse of Japanese honor culture by neoliberal capitalist ideology to basically make them the high point of corporate slavery internationally is a whole fucking can of worms that we can discuss for hours. But why white guy walking around Japan being like, why woman and no kid? Make more kid woman now. You have booba. You need to feed a kid. Thank you very much, Witchy, for the 3 months, you fucking G. Thank you so much. And thank you, Comrade Ya, for the 5 gift subs, plus 1 from Valorant. Oh, geez, I'm now realizing that Valorant is the fucking game. I'm always thanking Valorant. Fucking shit. Thank you very much, Comrade Ya. And that leads me to gifting another 5 because we have reached the goal of 10. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely beautiful. I want the chat to turn blue, baby. Fantastic.
About there being
Ain't nobody watching ads like the ads are going to play in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
so few children.
Getting so close to that 2025. Oh my God, it's so close. Oh my God. 1878, wasn't that like a fucking important year that we're at right now?
And in Japan now.
This is a clip from Birth Gap, a film by campaigner Stephen J. Shaw, who, like the Collinses, has made raising the alarm about falling fertility rates his personal mission. He's seen here doing some spontaneous street interviews in Japan.
I mean, motherfucker, feel like more people need to raise kids. How about you raise a hairline, my dude?
Which has long been viewed by pronatalists as one of the canaries in the population collapse coal mine.
Like many wealthy countries, Japan experienced a significant baby boom in the wake of the Second World War.
But where the baby booms in the US, the UK, Canada, and
again, thank you very much, Comrade. Yeah.
much of Europe lasted for around 2 decades, Japan subsided after just 2 or 3 years. After which, the country's total fertility rate began to fall precipitously. As we can see from this chart, in 1947, Japanese women were having, on average, 4.5 children each over the course of their lives. But by the mid-1950s, that figure was already tickling the replacement rate of 2.1. In the early 70s, Japan's fertility rate finally plunged into the sub-2 zone, and ever since the 90s...
These guys be like, modern world where you can do 15 things every day. Have as many kids as when people could do like 3 things every day, and one of them was fucking. Probably somebody will introduce a relative eco-fascist argument to this, right? Which is like we must return to nature because we used to fuck more. They're going to the extreme instead of, neoliberal capitalism is slowly fucking milking every single minute and hour of our waking time as we are further and further alienated by the great strangling hands of capitalism. No. It's go back to forest.
1990s has fluctuated between 1 and 1.5 children per woman.
Improvements in public health and the associated increase in life expectancy mean it took a little bit longer for the country's total living population to begin to decline.
It kept climbing, if more slowly, until 2010. Then it began to happen. Every year for the past decade and a half, Japan has had fewer people living in it each December than it had the previous January.
It's a very difficult issue and there is no easy fix for this issue.
Countries like Japan and South Korea often take the headlines when it comes to discussions of falling populations.
We hear stories about young people refraining from sex, extreme work cultures which leave no time for family life.
This is the duality of the chatter. This is the duality of the chatter. We have Dami Dorko and we have the good Lenin. Literally two posts, one after the other. First one is, this guy is so aggressively English, and then the next one is, Tom's voice is so soothing. The duality of the Yugopnik chatter, eternal.
And closing schools. As that declining global fertility figure shows, however, a similar trend has taken hold across much of the world. The University of Oxford's Our World in Data site recently compiled this map, which distinguishes between countries which are currently above replacement fertility levels and those which are currently below. As you can see, it's a pretty even split. According to the International Monetary Fund, around 2/3 of the world's population now live in countries which are presently on track to begin shrinking.
It's very likely that the country that you are currently sat in whilst watching this video has already fallen below that crucial 2.1 figure.
As of 2023, the US, the UK, Australia, France, Ireland, Brazil and Colombia all had fertility rates of just 1.6. The Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, Germany and Belgium are at 1.4. Canada at 1.3. South Korea might be leading the way at a measly 0.8, but other countries are not far behind.
You look at Korea right now, and 60% of Korean citizens are over the age of 40. So it's likely already too late for them to turn this problem around. So we need to turn this around before we hit that level. But the truth is we probably won't.
The difference between a total fertility rate of 2.1 and 1.4 or 1.5 might not seem all that much.
But over the course of just 2 generations, that's the difference between a population maintaining its current size and shrinking by 35 or 45%. Even with the buttresses of increasing life expectancy and inward migration, Japan's population is on track to decline by nearly a quarter over the next 40 years. Where wealthier countries such as the United States are set to avoid absolute reductions in population for a while longer, it will largely be a result of immigration making up for that deficit in births.
But why does any of this matter? If population increase was such a concern until just a few years ago, then surely a declining population is a good thing. Are the pronatalists simply trying to fearmonger about nothing? Well, not exactly.
Now we're getting to the spicy bits that we obviously already covered, but let's see the manner through which Ben covers it. Or Tom, sorry, why did I say Ben? Tom, Ben, you know. The most core point to be kind of that I want to put in you guys' head here after all the Marxist analysis or just basic human decency analysis is human value only gets corrupted when humans become defined as a let me think on this. Brain glitched. Okay, the only reason why you would hyper-focus on our species as a whole raising in numbers is if you use individual humans as resources. Those who are currently alive and those who will be alive in the future do not care if in the United States or if in Japan or if in Germany or if in Ghana or wherever they're living. They do not care, and they will never care whether there's 10 million of them or 50 million of them or 150 million of them or 1 billion of them, because they most likely interact with 50 people that are very close with both in their family and their friend group, etc., and their close nearby community, blah, blah, blah. The only people that have conversations about the thousands of people that they need, the millions of people that they need, the hundreds of millions of people that they need are the very same individuals which deem human life as a simple resource. Okay, this does not impact your life directly in any way. And these same people will, for some reason, turn around and preach individualism and how they're really always about, the standards of life of the individual, about individual freedoms, etc. Yet they never seem to actually treat individual human beings as said individuals. It's simply a small part of a wider machine that they want to utilize, in the case of capitalism, to generate more profit. In the case of feudalism, to have more land that they can process and generate more wealth from, etc. So TLDR, nobody except capitalists that want to make sure that them and their children remain being hyper wealthy actually give a single fuck about should give a single fuck about how many fucking people exist. That's it. It is inherently not humanist to care about how many humans there are. Bye, Whole Burns. I want to have kids with you. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah. Enjoy. Oh la la. Be careful. My mods are hardcore horny bonkers. Okay.
The potential challenges associated with Paul Ehrlich's...
I feel like I didn't make the point well enough. Forest. In forest, 100 trees. What one tree care about? Ha! Second tree next to me, third tree next to me, fifth tree next to me, and me. Tree care about sun, tree care about water, and tree care about how long tree live. Tree might also care about how long 4 other trees around it live because it's spending most of its time looking at those 4 trees around it. Who cares about whether there are 100 trees or 500 trees or 5,000 or 5 million trees in the forest? Who? The fucking lumberjacks. You are a tree. Capitalists telling you the forest needs more trees are lumberjacks. If I made it more simple, I would have to, I don't know, get a lobotomy. Thank you very much.
Population bomb scenario. Well, fairly easy to get our head around.
We all know that we live on a...
Not good enough, can you make drawings, motherfucker? Is the concept of scarcity. People having less kids makes labor more valuable, leading to more power among the poor and the working class. Exactly, yeah. We talked about this for at least like 30 minutes. I agree.
Finite planet with finite resources. And while we could certainly distribute those resources much...
Technological progression is at such a pace, there's really no question about if population could be supported, but the question if this shit economic system ends. Exactly. We can develop very high life standards for everyone very easily if we actually made the economy revolve around a core ideological principle of it is supposed to serve humans, not the other way around. But because that's not how it works at the current moment, we don't have it.
Much more equitably, it's clear that there would eventually come a point where there simply wouldn't be enough food or water or energy to go around.
The challenges associated with a declining population are a little bit more nuanced.
For some pronatalists, the fear is one rooted in outright racism. They look at this.
So if I become a tree because trees can't see, therefore can't see ads. Brilliant jihadi argument. Anti-ad jihadi argument, very good. I like you.
This map of countries with above and below replacement level fertility, and worry that, to put it bluntly, African countries are quote-unquote outbreeding European and North American ones. Hungary's far-right Prime Minister Viktor Orban has openly built his policy agenda around fighting such a scenario.
We're living in times when fewer and fewer children are being born throughout Europe. People in the West are responding to this with immigration. They say that the shortfall should be made up by immigrants. What we need is not figures, but Hungarian children. In our mind, immigration means surrender.
Others on...
This is very funny coming from a Hungarian, because how was the Hungarian state founded? Bro. How was the Hungarian state founded, bro? For those of you who don't know, it's basically a bunch of fucking Asians came and conquered a place in Europe, and then they had sex with the Europeans, and after a couple of 100 years, they started looking like Europeans. And that's the guy that's like, hey, I don't want the peoples from Asia coming in here. And people say Asians can't be racist. There you go. Hungary is the example of the opposite. When motherfuckers be like, point to a racist Middle Eastern country. I'm like, Hungary, bro.
On the right, fear that, regardless of what happens within their borders, shrinking national populations will lead to decreased military, economic, and cultural strength on the world stage.
But even if we bracket off some of this more extreme stuff for a moment, and even if you believe, quite plausibly, that the declining impact on the environment which will come with a smaller global population would be a good thing, then there's still some very
Anyone
real...
who says Asians can't be racist have never met an Asian. We are all racist. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Asia be crazy racist.
practical challenges.
Hello, are you racist? I love saying racist, like racist. Are you racist? I'm not racist. Why are you calling me a racist?
Come with a country or the whole world.
What country's accent would that even be? Like fucking Finnish or something?
World's population declining too rapidly.
At the heart of this issue is the simple fact that a population which is shrinking due to low fertility rates doesn't shrink proportionally to its current makeup. Instead, as people have fewer and fewer children, there's an increasing proportion of older people to younger ones. We can see this fairly plainly in this chart, which tracks the median age of people in Europe and North America from 1950 to the present day. Since the end of the post-war baby boom, the median age of both regions has increased by about 12 years.
The crucial figure to keep our eye on, however, is what's called the old age dependency ratio.
This tracks the percent Camp podcast.
Oh, blядь, šta koji kurac, bre, ej. Where the fuck you going?
Have fewer and fewer children, there's an increasing proportion of older people to young.
Alien accent after the humans aren't around. Somebody's watching. Diggy Skibbles.
Younger ones. We can see this
Don't let the monolith catch you, bro.
Plainly in this chart, which tracks the median age of people in Europe and North America from 1950 to the present day. Since the end of the post-war baby boom, the median age of both regions has increased by about 12 years.
The crucial figure to keep our eye on, however, is what's called the old age dependency ratio.
This tracks the percentage of a given population at a given...
I have been subbed and watched on YouTube for years. Mike created here a few days ago, and I've been subbed ever since. Thank you, King, for what you do. No, thank you. Beautiful. Thank you very much, King.
Time, which is over the age of 65. And it's referred to as the dependency ratio because as they retire or become unable to work, old people become increasingly dependent on younger people to keep things ticking over. This is sometimes true in a very direct sense. They might need carers or healthcare workers to look after them. Even if they're healthy, they need shop workers and delivery drivers and warehouse staff.
Yeah, and more people would be willing to dedicate their time on taking care of older people as a literal profession if there was actual living wages being given to these caretakers. Herder, we don't need a horde of underpaid caretakers that don't really care about their fucking job because they're too busy thinking about, putting bread on their own table. We need caretakers that actually care, and we will get them if we actually invest in our healthcare system. We're fucking derb, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, the olds are not being well taken care of. What's the solution? More children. I am very smart.
To furnish them with goods and services. Older people continue to use electricity, water, and roads which need maintenance.
And what about robots and automation? No, we gotta utilize those for making more profits, bro. You cannot use technology to help those most disenfranchised in our communities. No. You gotta make AI pictures.
And improvement. And on a broader level, for older people to receive either state or private pensions, they need younger people to be paying taxes and keeping...
There's a saying in nursing, cheap nurses aren't skilled, skilled nurses aren't cheap. There you go.
The stock market buoyant enough that there's something to pay them.
In a country which is either at or above replacement level fertility, this isn't too much of an issue.
Every time a bunch of older people retire, either the same or a greater number of younger people join the workforce to replace them. They can provide all that direct support whilst also ensuring the economy continues to grow.
Furthermore, in a growing population, the ratio of older people to younger people actually decreases over time.
During the baby boom years of the 1960s and 1970s, for example, over 65s accounted for less than 15% of the population of both Europe and North America. As fertility rates have dropped, however, that figure has more than doubled. Europe is likely to hit an old age dependency ratio of 1/3 in just the next few years, and North America isn't far behind. As we'll see shortly, a lot of the most enthusiastic torchbearers of the pronatalism movement are driven by some pretty ugly motives. racism, classism, and a desire to bemoan the increased agency that contemporary society affords to women.
We've seen an increasing stratification among men, where some men at the top get an increasing amount of mating opportunities, and then while men at the bottom are being excluded from mating.
But before we dig into any of that, it's important to again stress that there are real challenges here.
State pension systems across the world are already facing crisis as old age dependency rates
SMH when I can't mate, SMH.
Ratios shift higher and higher. Healthcare systems are being stretched. And older voters are electing older and older politicians.
And yet, just because the core problem is real, doesn't mean that some of the explanations for why we're having less kids, which have been adopted by the pronatalists, are entirely legit. In fact, some...
But okay, Tom, but what are the core problems? That there's less people, so the economy will have to readjust to there being less people, which most likely will come out of the pockets of large industry owners and not necessarily the people that operate said large industry. Like there's, I want to have kids and shit. Like I'm far from an anti-natalist, but there's no problems. Like, this is not a problem. It just is not.
A pretty suspect indeed. So I guess it's about time we talked about this thing.
If you look at this chart, tracking the changing total fertility rate in the United States and United Kingdom from 1950 to today, you'll see that things really began to take a turn during the 1960s. Which makes a lot of sense. In 1960, the US Food and Drug Administration approved the first oral contraceptive pill. Just 4 years later, a quarter of all American couples...
Netanyahu allegedly has prostate cancer? Nah. Those types of demons never die of a disease, dude. But then again, he'll talk about, like... if there is a God, Netanyahu is getting his prostate removed. Holy shit, Netanyahu will not be able to get an erection anymore as he faces crises on multiple fronts. Tel Aviv, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is having his prostate removed on Sunday, his office said. Procedure that comes as he manages multiple crises at once, including the ongoing genocide in Gaza and his own trial for corruption, and also him being chased by the International Criminal Court because he's a fucking war criminal. Oh well, there you go. No erection Netanyahu. That we got no erection Netanyahu before we got GTA 6.
Were using it. Its rapid popularity saw the various legal restrictions on who it could be prescribed to gradually over.
I mean, Netanyahu will not be able to grow the ethnic Israeli population anymore. That's all I'm saying.
Returned, and its efficacy and ease of use ensured it was quickly embraced by women and couples wanting to gain greater control over if and when they conceived.
All of this makes it kind of easy to infer that the decline in fertility rates is a direct result of contraception simply getting much better and more widely available. In fact, some pronatalists have flirted with trying to shed doubt on the efficacy and safety of the pill.
I'm not saying that people shouldn't use birth control. I think we shouldn't use, I think hormonal birth control is making a lot of women sad and depressed.
Yes.
And they don't realize it, and they don't realize that's the cause.
Nevertheless, this is a niche view. Even those commentators most willing to bemoan expansions in women's agency will accept that safer and more reliable contraception has been a means through which people have changed the number of children they had rather than the reason that they've done so.
It seems obvious that, one of the causes, the distal causes, I would say clearly, is the promotion of the birth control pill. But even that is a somewhat shallow answer because there's a very specific set of social and economic realities, zeitgeist, that even made the invention and distribution and acceptance of the birth control possible.
For one, many countries previously...
Yeah, the zeitgeist was called people not being able to afford children. I know that he's talking about the zeitgeist of the women became whores. They became whores and they never married, because if they got married, if they got forced into marrying, they would then always have children because their husband would decide when they get children. But it's ironic that he's talking about a zeitgeist that exists, and it's called nobody being able to afford to have kids. And that is why they want more control over when they do have kids. Ha ha ha. And why can they not afford to have kids, my friend? I wonder.
A drop in peacetime fertility rates during the Great Depression, when the pill hadn't even been invented yet. Further, as Stephen J. Shaw highlights in responding to Jordan Peterson there, the pill wasn't legalized in Japan until 1999, when that country's total fertility rate was already well under replacement levels.
But perhaps you can see why declining fertility rates might have piqued the interest of some conservatives. Because why the exact reasons that we're having less kids are hotly contested, we do know that it has something to do with countries getting richer, and more particularly, women becoming more educated.
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna make all the points that we made in the beginning of the video, but still, we can readjust them for the newer chatters that are entering.
Let me show you another graph from Our World in Data.
This bubble chart compares the total fertility rates of the world's countries with those countries' GDP per capita, which is an, albeit flawed, measure of national wealth. What we see is a pretty strong correlation between a country being richer and a country having lower fertility.
Yeah, but you need to remember that while fertility rates fall in wealthier countries, they don't simply fall because richer people don't want to have as many kids, but because there is a direct correlation in neoliberal capitalism between how much money you have and how much education you can afford, unfortunately. But we have had social and systematic experiments in ex-Yugoslavia and in the ex-Soviet Union where individuals in those countries were far, 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 far from as wealthy as they were in Western Europe or the United States. The system still dedicated a lot of its time to improving education for all and improving accessibility to education for all, where it differentiated, it cut with the previous idea that you need a lot of money in order to get a premium education. So by focusing on both classic education in high schools and universities and so on, they also concentrated on the education of the most exploited members of society, which, in post-Tsarist Russia and post-semi-feudal Balkans was the woman. So while they might not have had as much money as the West, they decided as a society to dedicate a lot of its time to both educating the woman in basically telling her, yo, you have a choice, bro, but also in elevating education, accessibility to education for everyone through the idea that education should basically be completely free. The main reason I am bringing this up is that I've seen plenty of capitalists introduce the idea that developing countries should be pushed harder into neoliberal capitalism, into free market policies, because the pitch there is they're going to start having less kids if we do that. There is an alternative to this way of thinking, which is, as I previously said, leaderships of particular countries focusing on actually giving their wider population, especially the women, I apologize, wider access to education, and destroying the taboo of a woman potentially choosing to do something else with her life except being a home carer, which again, there's absolutely nothing wrong. It's even beautiful to be a home carer. It should just always be a thing that you choose to become, not something that is placed upon you by either material necessity because you have no alternatives, or a patriarchal ideological underpinning that your country basically runs on. And very often, as we are realizing from these hardcore pronatalist people, necessitates because they need more poor people to be born so that they allow themselves to be exploited at a higher rate because they don't really have another choice. That is why this is both a racist issue, but it is, to funnily enough, an even greater extent, a class issue and a capitalist issue. And all you stupid ass fucking whites thinking that these guys are here to help you out because they want more white people, I'm sorry to inform you, but they want more poor white people that work for them for low salaries. That's what they fucking want. Thank you very much, False Kakaroto, for the 12 months / 8 months. Thank you very much, beautiful. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dragon Army, as well.
Wonderful.
East Germany had a much smaller gender gap in the STEM fields than West Germany did. East German women also reported having twice as many orgasms as West German women. I mean, history writes itself. Thank you, Johnny Soda, for the 12 months as well. Fucking OG. I remember Johnny was one of literally the first chatters. Thank you very much. Also, child labor laws make kids an expense instead of a source of income, which also leads to people having less kids. Absolutely, dude. The more impoverished you are, the less time you can dedicate to your child. The less time you can dedicate to your child, the less skills it manages to acquire that have been passed down through generation to generation. The less skills it manages to acquire, or less understanding of self and their place in the world, the higher chances their overlords will be able to convince them, quote unquote, push them would be a better word, into servitude. It's that. It's just literally that.
Fertility rates. There are several proposed reasons for this. One is that in poorer countries, children are...
But West Germany had fancy billboards, so who wins, really?
often an economic benefit to a family. They very quickly become an extra pair of hands.
This is also part of the justifications they use for shock doctrine capitalism as well. Super gross, especially considering the harm that austerity can do to women. Cuts to programs that could benefit women in vagina havers, adequate health care, access to sanitation, abusive home networks, research into gynecology, research into breast cancer, and much more. Absolutely. I made a video on this like 7 million years ago. How capitalism destroys the family trademark. It talks about this on end.
Which can support a family business or help around the house, making life easier and boosting the parents' income. In fact, with children being so useful and infant mortality rates being relatively high in poorer countries, you might have more children than you otherwise might choose to, in case some sadly pass away.
And that's the where like Orientalism comes in. A lot of Western people will sit in their ivory towers, especially their, finance people, capitalists, very, very wealthy people in general. And they will point at the barbarity of the Far East, where the child is utilized as a resource by a family, where they usually say, the parents aren't skilled enough or smart enough to make more money, so they make a lot of kids so that they can use those kids as labor, which is always exceptionally funny, because that's exactly the same thing you guys are proposing in the West when you say we need more kids. You are just willing to wait, because you're more privileged, until they are 18 before you put them in that same exact type of servitude. So it's, throwing a lot of fucking rocks from a very, 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 very glass house.
As a country gets richer, this is less and less the case.
Laws might be introduced banning child labour. The government is likely to introduce compulsory education up to a certain age. Children very quickly cease to be an economic boon and become an economic burden instead. Not only can they no longer boost the family finances by working, and not only do you...
Like, you know, when you have conversations with these crazy natalist people, you're like, okay, let's all have 10 kids. But in order to support those 10 kids, we should have free, middle, and higher education, free healthcare for them until they're at least 30, and a general state plan on how to turn them into active, productive, and most importantly, prosperous members of society, which have at least this and this amount of income yearly. Imagine if you told them that. When it's not just about having more kids that are eventually going to be indentured serfs, but having more kids that actually have a high or at least decent life standard. That's when it switches.
You still have to feed them, but you might need to buy...
I've seen a few regression studies. They counterintuitively say the main driver for fertility rates is child mortality. This doesn't really suit the GDP or women's lib arguments, so no one raises it. Yeah. Also, all that child labor in the developing world greatly benefits the West economically, so why would anyone with resources in the West try to implement change? Exactly.
Buy them school books and uniforms and transport them around.
Just as important, however, is this graph.
This graph maps national GDP per capita against the World Bank's Gender Parity Index. What it shows is a positive relationship between a country's national wealth and women and girls within that country having more equal access to education. It's worth saying that this is very much a two-way relationship. It's not only that wealthier countries tend to extend more opportunities to women, but that, surprise, surprise, utilizing the skills and talents of your entire population tends to be economically beneficial.
This does have implications, however, for having kids. In countries where women are expected to work, there's simply less time for being pregnant, giving birth, and raising children.
Given that taking the necessary time out of work to raise a kid can have a significant impact on a woman's career prospect and earning potential, children only become more of an economic burden.
I'll leave you to go and take a pee-pee with Tom. Stay with Tom. I'm going to go take a pee-pee. Much love. Enjoy the Tom. I leave you with Ho Chair Min as well. That's the name of my chair. Ho Chair Min. And no, he's not a hoe.
As couples have to weigh up the joy and fulfillment of having children with the increased security of greater earnings.
And it's here that the conversation surrounding declining fertility rates becomes kind of politically contentious.
Because at this level, the fact we're having less children appears to be a product of social, political, and economic changes which many of us view as deeply positive. It is a good thing that women are no longer the property of their husbands, that they can go to school and are able to pursue their desires and ambitions in the world.
And there is a way of engaging in this conversation which is sensitive to that. In the hands of some of the most vocal pronatalists, however, that tends not to happen. Which I guess means that it's time to show a bunch of clips from the podcast sphere. Which is maybe scary enough. Let me show you another picture.
This is the thumbnail from an episode of British podcaster Chris Williamson's Modern Wisdom podcast. Williamson is an ex-Love Island contestant turned British Joe Rogan alike.
Which I don't mean as an insult, I think he would really like that comparison.
Like Rogan, his show features a range of guests, including health gurus, the very occasional celebrity, and a glut of political commentators, usually of the more contrarian variety.
Yeah, the idea that we are living through a climate catastrophe seems highly suspect to me. Highly suspect.
But also somehow very sexy.
The fertility crisis has become something of an obsession of Williamson's. He's had several pronatalist campaigners and researchers on to discuss the topic, and often brings it up in other conversations too.
You'll be maybe the 5th, 6th, 7th conversation that I've had on something to do with birth rates, declining fertility, and I'm going to keep on banging this drum.
But this thumbnail is particularly telling for the state of the conversation surrounding falling fertility rates. Because the more combative pronatalists seem to quite like being accused of being misogynists. In an era in which the importance of any given political issue is often judged less on merit than on how controversial it can be made to appear, such accusations...
What happened? What drum? What drum happened? What the fuck? What the fuck? What, brother? Was that Sargon? What? Should you just go back?
On combat for the state.
I'm on station.
That comparison. Like Rogan, his show features a range of guests, including health gurus, the very occasional celebrity, and a glut of...
The chair said slurs. English Joe Rogan appeared. Oh my god.
Political commentators, usually of the more contrarian variety.
Yeah, the idea that we are living through...
I used to watch Sargon unironically. Holy shit. I mean, everybody did for like 5 seconds. Only the... Those that need genuine psychological help continued on afterwards.
A climate catastrophe.
Who is Sargon? We have young people in chat. Holy shit. Somebody get the fucking 12-year-old out of here, brother.
He seems...
No, it's very good that you don't know who Sargon is.
Highly suspect to me. Highly suspect.
But also some...
Oh my god, I love this is... We have all the Sargons. This is the Slavic Sargon or whatever the fuck he is. Is he Georgian? I don't fucking know. He's basically a traitor. We have the classic white Sargon, and we have the Sargon, you know?
Somehow very sexy.
The fertility crisis has become something of an...
I'm 29. Then you touched a lot of grass, and I'm very proud of you, my child. You have touched so much grass if you don't know who Sargon is. You had an actually decent childhood. I'm very proud of you. A Russian. Yeah, there you go.
An obsession of Williamson's. He's had several pronatalist campaigners and researchers on to discuss the topic, and often brings it up in other conversations too.
You'll be maybe the 5th, 6th, 7th conversation that I've had on something to do with birth rates, declining fertility, and I'm going to keep on banging this drum.
But this thumbnail is particularly telling for the state of the conversation surrounding falling fertility rates. Because the more combative pronatalists seem to quite like being accused of being misogynists. In an era in which the importance of any given political issue is often judged less on merit than on how controversial it can be made to appear, such accusations help set them up not simply as people studying a phenomenon which has been overlooked, but as renegade modern-day Galileos who are being suppressed by the political establishment.
And so we did something that pissed off the deep state bad.
The deep state! The deep state doesn't want you to have kids! You should have more kids! Especially if you're white! The fucking deep state out here! The deep state out here whipping my dick out of my wife! The deep state out here whipping my dick out of my wife! The deep state looks at me from the window. It's like, you're not gonna get hard, brother.
Yes, that there might indeed be a little bit of either intentional or completely accidental...
Whatever deep state doesn't let that guy have sex is the type of deep state that I genuinely support.
Misogyny.
Long live the whatever. Is it Jewish? Is it Russian? Is it Chinese deep state? Let's fucking go. I love it.
Some of these pronatalist conversations does risk playing into this victim narrative.
But
you want to see what I think about pronatalism? I think that this should be their image and it's going to solve everything, okay? This is true pronatalism. This is absolute pronatalism. This is the future. This is the future. Do you understand me? This is the future. I'm kidding. I hate this. We should not touch any aliens.
The reality is that almost all of the leading pronatalists steep their discussion of this topic either in tired anti-woke grievances or at least incel-adjacent views.
Look at this picture, chat. Look at this picture of all of these people talking about pronatalist stuff. They are two things, okay? They are two things. They are not two things. Wait. They are not two things. They are not... Okay? They are not... One moment, okay? If you look at this picture, what is missing? What is missing is people who look like this, okay? Okay? And the second thing that is missing is people who look like this. Okay? If you look at this, these are the types of people that are not encouraged to have the same type of conversation. Do you understand me? Okay, very good. And woman, of course. Oh, no, we have women. Unfortunately, you guys fucked up on that one. We have a lot of like crazy white supremacist, hyper elitist, capitalist, ultranatalists that happen to be women because their class interests overturn their comradeship with fellow women who maybe don't want to just be looked at fucking baby making machines.
Views of sex and relationships.
Seriously, I've watched...
Is it mean to say that people who look pretty and handsome are missing? I mean, you said it.
So many of these videos over the past couple of months, it has kind of broken my brain.
If you create a society in which you don't get lauded, you're not celebrated, you're not like the cool people for getting married and or having kids, you're not going to do it because you're not an idiot.
Simone and Malcolm Collins' Based Camp podcast generally swings towards the more extreme end of this spectrum. There's a pretty stark contrast between the website of their pronatalist.org foundation, which is fairly professional and reasonable, and their YouTube channel, which looks like this.
Called it from the beginning. Called it. Just like I'm going to call the ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 35 seconds, which you should avoid by being, okay, why spend $6 on your child when you can spend $6 on not having a child and instead on a Twitch subscription by your favorite Yugopnik Twitch channel and avoid the ad that's going to play in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Also, by gifting subs, whenever we hit 10 gifted subs, doesn't have to be by one person, I gift another 5 because I might not sit around saying you should have kids, but I will sit around saying that less people should watch ads. The great jihad shall reach 2025 in 2025, and we shall watch no ads. Thank you very much, Ka. Thank you very much, Ka. Thank you, Palmer. There you go. That is a great patriot of the jihad, of the great jihad against advertising. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Now, that is a true brother that likes to create more children, if you know what I mean. By children, I mean subscribers, brother indeed.
That as a result of audience capture or simply an attempt to get more clicks through sensationalism, by the time of the 2024 US presidential...
We have 5 gift subs away from another 5 by me. That means 5 gift subs equals 10 gift subs. That is absolutely insane.
...election, the Collins' slightly oddball response to... and their YouTube channel, which looks like this.
Why do Jews bother with friends? How the left took over big business. I mean, I knew they were stupid, but... No, I actually thought they were kind of smart-ish. I thought they were smart reactionaries because they're talking about preserving human diversity, aka more white people. They're talking about how it's very necessary for the world to progress, that we have more worker bees, blah, blah, blah. I thought they were doing very good dog whistles, chat. They were doing like very, very decent dog whistles. But communal capitalists is... Oh, wait, sorry.
No, which looks like
is there one
this.
with all black people? Wait. Okay. Marxists run the whole thing with Curtis Yarvin. Yes, absolutely. We remember when we ran the thing, chat? China, are you okay? It's worse than you think. Incredible craftsmanship here. I give this one a 10 out of 10. We have a man in darkness in the background. I don't even think it's G. Yeah, this is not G. This is Scary Asian Man. Scary Asian Man. Look, she is scared of Scary Asian Man. He's like, oh my God, do not have sex with my wife. Okay, we have big China here. Oh my God, it's so good. This one is actually good. This one is fantastic. Give this one a 10 out of 10. This one is very good. Autism is not your gender. Okay, autism is not your gender. A picture with women with a lot of different hair colors. Okay, it's very good. Picture of women with a lot of different hair colors in the background. Picture of woman with child that is looking back towards the many different women with different hair colors. And then we have mental health challenges are an important part of my identity. They said identity, not gender identity. Okay. And then a skeptic man looking very auspiciously, okay? Dutch communist YouTube left laser infiltrated the MAGA.
We're here today at Turning Point
Well, let's watch this later. We'll watch this.
We're
later.
here today.
When was this posted? An hour ago. We'll watch this later. The zombification of black culture. My racism levels aren't high enough to even understand what this is supposed to be. I don't get this one. What's this one? But it's like a 3 out of 10 because they used AI art because, like it's a black person, I guess, because they have dreads and they're being controlled by something, and they're zombies. People with more like racism lore. What is the zombification of black culture? Help a non-racist brother out here. Drugs? Yeah, maybe it's that type of shit. It's cheap. Like they're being controlled like through drugs. Ooh. It's probably something like Jews in Hollywood control black culture. Yeah, that's an internal classic, but why is zombification? I don't know. Protecting education with Jewish technology. I genuinely don't my level is not high enough. My level is not high enough, and I do this for a living. Like I call out my expertise lies more in fascist ideology than it does even in Marxism, and I don't get this one. What the fuck? What is what?
Whether
and this is the type of people that Piers will get on his fucking show. Thank you, DMT, you fucking G.
as a result of audience capture or simply an attempt to get more clicks through sensationalism, by the time of the 2024 US presidential election, the Collins' slightly oddball response to declining fertility rates had descended into them ranting about how the Democrat Party is actively trying to keep women single in order to get more votes.
Women in society historically, they would rely on a partner to help care for them and to help care for their kids.
Oh, and now it's the state.
Yeah, and when you disintermediate the family unit, you can use the state both to decrease the BATNA of a woman to not have a partner, while also acting as...
Oh, the state is actively encouraging the women to not have the partner. We must destroy the state for it is encouraging the woman to not have a partner by not doing anything. Smartest right-winger.
The caregiver. Like, these women are sort of like nuns to the state. They're basically married to the state.
Amid this hyperbole
what the fuck?
And invective,
The state wants to have no population. No smart brain.
the Collins' core argument is that the drop in global fertility rates is primarily the result of shifting cultural priorities.
Some mixture of the decline of religion and the rise of feminism has, they argue, caused a shift in gender roles which is damaging relationships and by extension leading to a lack of kids.
I think part of this is progressivism has made women undateable and unmarriable, like the modern iteration of it.
They're supposedly egalitarian.
Look at you. This is gonna be misogynistic, but look at your wife. It's not exactly screaming bombshell here, bro. Oh my fucking god.
Women
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't stoop this low, but come on.
Dateable and unmarriable, like the modern iteration of it.
Their supposedly egalitarian solution to stopping the decline in fertility rates is thus to encourage groups who already seem to be having more kids to have even more. And while they strongly refute any accusation that they have eugenicist tendencies, this does seem to amount to encouraging rich people like themselves to reproduce over others.
The point of why governments need to encourage pronatalism is because they need to produce more taxpayers. If governments only produce more non-tax-paying, very low-earning citizens, their infrastructure is still going to crumble. they're still going to be politically unstable. They're still going to have pension fund nightmares. What you need is high taxpayers. And so any government incentive to have kids should disproportionately incentivize those most likely to pay a ton of taxes.
Holy shit, the government should give more money to very rich people to make more rich people. You know that that's actually additionally stupid, because now they're just acting against their own interests. Then your kids that are going to be significantly less rich than the more rich people are going to end up losing in the great competition of the market that you pray to so strongly, bro.
Focus on cultural change runs throughout the podcast-defined version of the fertility rates conversation.
In fact, Chris Williamson's conversation with Mads Larsen...
Yeah, give me more money so my employees can make babies, okay? So we do not want higher taxes, because if the government was actually to pay poor people to have more kids, that would mean we have to pay more taxes. But as we all know, the government doesn't know how to properly allocate resources. So why doesn't the government give me money as somebody who employs like thousands of people, and I will give some of my employees extra money as long when they have kids, as long as obviously they sign over their child to my LLC for at least 20 years. It doesn't have to be too authoritarian. We can use current laws for it, like I don't know, a loan that is passed down to the child after the payment is issued to the parent. So you want to have kids, I can give you $100,000, right? But then when your kid turns 18, they will have to pay off that $100,000 adjusted to inflation, which at that point will probably be something like $3 million, by working it off for me. There was a word for it. I think it started with S. I think getting children into indentured servitude through the, what was it? By getting their parents into loans, and then the parents had to like give their kids to employers which would not really treat them as employees, but S. Oh my God, can't remember. It's some shit, I don't remember, bro.
Is a pretty good case in point. Larsen is a literature scholar and evolutionary psychology enthusiast whose interest lies in what he calls mating ideologies. In short, the changing ways in which
how about you mate first, bro?
Societies think about sex and relationships.
It is the foundation of all social orders. We like to think that politics, philosophy, all those big subjects are what it's all about, but at the foundation, it's how men and women reproduce. And upon that, everything else rests.
That thumbnail aside, Larsen is less of a controversialist than the Collinses. Nevertheless, both he and Williamson are pretty certain that declining fertility is a direct result of more and more people being single. This, it's worth saying...
I don't know about you, chat, but I think that realizing that simply procreating is, while important, not the only thing that our existence should revolve around. I don't know about you, chat, but I think that's the first thing that differentiated us from animals, whose eternal and absolute life goal is exclusively the procreation of their species. But that's just me. I don't know. I like to do other stuff except nurse baby. That doesn't undermine how beautiful it is to nurse a baby, but it's also not the only thing that your life should revolve around, because if it did, you are no different to a monkey. You are a literal fucking gorilla, bro. You're a fucking gorilla. You probably fuck like one too. Fucking nuts in 2 seconds, bro.
Saying is a very real trend. Between 1990 and 2019, the proportion of 25 to 54-year-old Americans who are single increased from 29% to 38%. It's also increased ever so slightly more among men than women. As Larsen tells it, the key factor here is a shift in our contemporary mating ideology, which has allowed women to become more choosy in who they date and have kids with.
Women have been empowered.
Oh yeah, there we go. It's the women's fault. The reason we don't have more kids is the women's fault. Women choosing not to be nutted in by people, that's actually women's fault. Women, how about you let everybody nut in you?
To have their own jobs, make their own money, be free, and importantly, to choose their own partners for the first time in human history. The result of that has been that the better women are doing, the more...
I love how like there can be like 700 different sophisticated counter arguments to this, but my favorite one that I actually haven't thought about, I haven't seen anywhere else, I'm proud of having to an extent invented it, is if, okay, more people is the most important thing. Why no more people is because women are allowed to choose. Okay, fuck it. We turn all women into breeding farms. But then we have to also turn the men who are fucking modern idiots that like do other stuff except jizz also into breeding farms. All men must breed one woman a day. All men must nut in millions of women. You must be caged into these farms where you just get your nut fucking splurted out of you, and then you inseminate. We should just turn the whole planet into farms where we make more people. Because that's at the end of the day the argument. But because it's patriarchal and sexist fuck, it's only the women that need to get bread whenever we decide. What about you? What about you? I want you to have 700 kids. Okay, I want you to be put in a farm where you get milked, and that gets put into a syringe, and it breeds more people for eternity. Okay, Matrix, but they don't make electricity; they just breed for eternity. Fucking hell, bruv. Thank you very much, Mike Bishop. Welcome to the Jizz Factory. Exactly. Welcome to the Jizz Factory. Because the joke is on like the meme is always like, hey, the women don't want to fuck us. That's why there's less women. Okay, what if we solve that? What if we turn full fascist and solve that? What shouldn't we apply the same logic to men who are now all these picky whatever the fuck?
Or they exclude the lowest value men from...
Come extraction institutionalized. Exactly, brother. Inspired by the great Israeli state.
Their potential pool of partners.
The challenge, as he sees...
Yeah, but okay, you don't get to choose either. You don't get to choose either. You don't get to choose either.
Is that...
Hell, there's no choice, okay? There's no choice. You cannot have sex. Because when a man chooses what sort of women he wants to have sex with, he is undermining the main goal that us as humans have, according to this man, which is creating more offspring. Okay? You are denying humanity's destiny by picking what sort of woman you are having sex with. You must have sex with all women. Hell, you do not have sex, you get cum extracted and it gets injected.
There simply aren't enough quote-unquote high-value men to go around. The women who miss out thus...
Do I have to wank or is there a machine extractor? There's a machine extractor and it's very unpleasant. Because if you enjoy anything in life, it will push you away from your core directive, which is making more children, okay? You cannot enjoy the process of an orgasm because that directly refocuses you away from your true purpose, which is the creation of children, not sex as a concept, okay?
End up sad and alone, as do the quote-unquote low-value men.
No more sex because it has too low of an impregnation change. Absolutely. Absolutely no sex. Sex is completely banned. Are you fucking insane? What are you, a anti-child bearer? We all know that sex doesn't always 100% of the time lead to another child. No. There's pure extraction and injection.
What's interesting about this conversation and so many others like it then is how quickly it transforms into a fairly generic manosphere debate with all of the usual concerns.
The idea that there are reasons to not want to have children. One reason is an overwhelming self-centered narcissism. That's not the only reason, but it's definitely one reason. And people talk about, the interference with their personal freedom and their desire to pursue their career. And in that, I read something like the absolute inability to ever sacrifice your own narrow self-interest, and I do mean narrow, to the what would you say, concerns and needs of other people.
As with the Collins,
okay, apply that to men now too. That's why I find it to be a Yugopnik trademarked argument, because I haven't heard, like, I unironically have not heard it anywhere else. Okay, just apply the same thing to men and look at them get fucking weirded out, you know? Show them pictures of women that they do not find conventionally attractive and tell them, if it's all about having kids, just go breathe the fuck right now. There you go. She's right here.
Is these conversation
fucking stops, eh?
Didn't include
because it was never about women being too picky. Okay? In general, it was never about people being too picky. It was always about women being too picky.
Moments of qualification in which the interviewees attest that they're big supporters of women's rights and gender equality.
It's very important for me to state that I am an enormous supporter of equality for women.
But whether they intend to or not, these conversations cling to highly misogynistic views of the world, which cloud any real explanation for why we're having less kids.
Larson's frame of a shift in mating ideologies, for example, quickly naturalizes women's subservience to men. The supposed tendency for heterosexual women to seek quote-unquote higher value male partners is interpreted as some primal urge, rather than the historically contingent outcome of a world which, in the case of the US and the UK at least, didn't allow women to independently open bank accounts until the mid-1970s.
On a far more fundamental level, there's also this sense that despite these claims by pronatalists that they're all for women's liberation, there is this sense that all of this is kind of women's fault.
Women are portrayed as beings with agency who are denying men relationships and children, while men themselves are seen as passive victims of the fertility crisis.
How do you know that it's women's standards being too high and not men, the standard of men decreasing?
Like, that is the brain of somebody doing strong Lepa Brenna-sized lines of patriarchy. Motherfucker, like, the only question he poses to a sexist argument, which is women's standards are very high, is a sexist argument, which is men are pussy boys. Make it make sense. What, like, can you imagine how sad these people are? How, like, dark their day is? How enveloped in just anger and evil and lack of any sort of enlightened principle. It's whatever the opposite of wisdom is. The only question I will pose to whether women be bitches and they don't want to fuck us is, what if men be pussies and they don't deserve bitch? Thank you very much, Tsar Alex, you fucking G, for the 9 months. Carrying this child soldier to full term. Thank you. Do not expect me to pay any alimony.
Because it's relative. I mean, men are men and women are women. Going out and saying to men you have to get better. I mean, who would go out and say Somalis need to get better or
this gendered?
Yeah, the same kind of guy as you. Bigoted people. That's the point. You're looking at social categories and ascribing some eternal quality to them. That's called being inscientific. That's called believing in mambo jumbo. God fucking damn it, man. Oh, yeah, but like I you know, there's like layers. I like to call it the idiot hierarchy. You know, and the higher you go in the reactionary idiot hierarchy, the more pathetic it becomes. And the more pathetic it becomes, the harder it becomes for you to make fun of them. Because it's just sad. These men live incredibly sad lives. They've dedicated their whole experience to screaming about women not wanting to have as much sex with men as they would want them to have. That is their daily grind. That's what they think about all the time. Imagine that existence. There are 3 genders. There are 3 genders, Tanky: man, woman, and Somali. Oh. Yeah, I think he was basically trying to say, yo, but saying that about men is like being a racist, yo. My boy was like, I'll take your sexism and I'll raise it with racism. Oh. Incredible.
Perspective is aided, of course, by the fact that if you trawl through the many, many podcasts which have been recorded about fertility rates over the past few years, there's something which feels like it's more absent than it should be. Maybe not entirely, but enough that it would be ludicrous not to mention a good 90% of them are just super...
He's equating the difference between genders and between races. He is, but he's like not allowing it to apply to men. He's like, women can be inferior, societies can be inferior, but men as a gender category cannot be inferior. They can never be wrong. It's incredible.
Lengthy conversations between 2 dudes. If you genuinely think that the decline in fertility rates is primarily...
Oh no! Where's my table going? Oh no! I'm small boy now. What if I stream the whole time like this? Hello chat, how you doing? Wait. Hello chat, how you doing? I'm small boy, Yugopnik. Today we're gonna talk about why natalists are fucking insane. What the fuck you mean I need to have 5 children? People confuse me with a child all the fucking time. You're telling me I'm supposed to have sex with someone? What the fuck? The only people that would want to have sex with me were arrested back when they fucking arrested Epstein. Holy fucking shit. What the fuck do you mean I'm supposed to have sex? Whenever I go and hit up girls in clubs, they can't even see me. They're like, where's that fucking noise coming from?
Dobar dan, and welcome to actually Yugopnik that is so big he is off camera. Today we will talk about pronatalists. I am scared of these people because sometimes I now have 40 children. Once I not in public toilet, and I leave. 40 years later, 50 people call me and they're like, I am your child. And I'm like, why? And they're like, on that day, 50 different women took to take piss in toilet, but the strength of sperm from Big Yugo impregnate all of them. Duh.
Those are 2 characters. The one was tiny, and this one is the big one. It's not me. I'm not saying I have big man sperm. That is fucking disgusting. Okay, very good. Yugo, what the fuck? I was doing the small one, and then Did you like? What's that term that you Yanks use for kids in high school that did drama class? I'm an eternal drama boy. What the fuck was the word? Theater kid. Yeah, theater kid. Nerds.
Really the result of women making different choices than they used to. It just feels like a good starting point would be to,
A good starting point is to remind you that an ad will play in exactly 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Avoid that ad by becoming either a small little subscriber boy or big sperm subscriber boy for $6 a month for free through Prime, or even less in certain countries, or by gifting subs to those less privileged than you. And for every 10 gift subs, I donate 5 from my own pocket because I hate money, but I hate ads more. We're currently 5 gift subs away from me donating another 5. That means 5 subs equals 10. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Ad plays in 4 minutes.
Ask one?
The other core problem with these conversations, however, is that it's just not that clear at all that the decline in fertility really is primarily the result of
Quote, what's that term you Yanks use for kid into theater? Yeah, very funny.
Cultural concerns. In fact, despite Jordan Peterson's comments about narcissism, there is plenty of evidence to suggest that most people still do want to have children. The real question then is why they're not able to achieve that desire. Oh shit! Let me show you some polling from Gallup.
This is a line graph tracking changing opinion.
They cannot achieve that desire of having a child because they are financially fucked. So if these people constantly talking about the need for more children wanted to actually address the situation, they would unfuck the wider population financially by introducing an alternative system. But they cannot do that because the main reason they want more kids is so that there are more future poor people that can be indentured serfs. That is it. I've said this fucking point 20 times right now, but there's new chatters constantly coming in, so I have to repeat it.
On the ideal family size upon America.
Remember, they don't want more kids, they want more poor kids, okay? They don't want more enlightened people, they don't want more happy people, they don't want people who are capable of finding purpose. They just want more indentured serfs that are literally created by forcing individuals of lower income strata to have more kids. The eternity of the internal contradiction of the reactionary is not wanting welfare queens, but also understanding that their whole society would fall apart without them. What is this? Sperm Yugopnik, the shapeshifter. Oh my god, the name is epic. Let's see this. Sorry, I want to see how it turned out. The only people that would want to have sex with me were arrested back when they fucking arrested Epstein. Holy fucking shit! What the fuck do you mean I'm supposed to have sex? Whenever I go and hit up girls in clubs, they can't even see me. They're like, where's that fucking noise coming from?
Dobar dan, and welcome to actually Yugopnik that is so big he is off camera. Today we will talk about pronatalists. I am scared of these people because sometimes I now have 40 children. Once I not in toilet, public toilet, and I leave. 40 years later, 50 people call me and they're like, I am your child. And I'm like, why? And they're like, on that day, 50 different women took to take piss in toilet, but the strength of sperm from Big Yugo impregnate all of them. Duh.
Fuck me. It wasn't bad. 7 out of 10.
From 1935 to the present day. What it shows is that after a steep decline during the 1970s, a preference for larger families has been broadly...
I think the Nazi couple actually want only rich white people to breed because they're like, eugenics. Wonderful. Yeah, they absolutely are. But they made an additional point where they were like, hey, we want the government to give money to corporations, which will then do a much better job of utilizing that money to encourage normal people to have more kids by, turning them into, to repeat myself for the 500th time, indentured serfs, by putting them into debt slavery. Thank you very much. Post-partisan depression for the 12 months. Thank you very much. I am currently in post-partisan depression. It's a very nice name, by the way. It's very funny, very edgy, very smart.
Increasing for some decades. The same data set shows that not wanting to have kids at all remains pretty rare, with just 8.
It impregnated 50, but only 40 children, so 10 died during the impregnation. No, I ate them. Strong sperm be created from eating own children.
8% of respondents replying that they neither have children currently nor want them in the future. UK polling has similarly found that among 18 to 34-year-olds, just 13% are currently childless and determined to stay that way.
All of which leaves us in a kind of odd scenario. If the vast majority of people still want to have kids, then what's stopping them?
Well, we have some polling data here too, although the answers are a little muddier. When the topic of declining fertility first began gaining some mainstream attention a few years ago, the New York Times commissioned a poll asking Americans aged between 20 and 45 who currently had or expected to have fewer children than they would ideally like, why they expected to fall short of their goal. The top 5 on that list? Childcare is too expensive. Want more time for the children I have. Worried about the economy. Can't afford more children. And waited because of financial instability. In short,
So you basically have two categories of people that either stop having more kids or cannot stop having more kids. One is inside of a country that is extremely impoverished, but where education levels when it comes to procreation are very low. So both women and men sometimes are not introduced to the concept of being anything except a parent, and kids are utilized as financial tools for the family to basically survive, because most of them are making money through physical labor, and kids can do physical labor especially at teenage days. And then you have impoverished countries, because remember you're expecting me to say there are any rich countries on the planet. No, for the working class, every single place on the planet is impoverished, but where education levels are on a relatively higher level, where people understand that if they have more kids, they will not have the financial means to care for them, and therefore choose not to do so. And the part of the world where I'm from is very peculiar on this topic, because we are incredibly poor, but because we were a part of a socialist experiment in the past. We have had free education, and to an extent free education in a lot of places to this day, but the ideology that existed in those past socialist experiments did its best to educate women particularly on the fact that having children is a choice, and that has been passed down from generation to generation up until today. So we are kind of a combination of both. We are incredibly poor, but we have the ideological current which informs us that having kids for the sake of kids, it's kind of fucked up for the kids. And that is why Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and not that much Central, but Eastern and Southern Europe has the highest declining rates, because we're fucked from both sides. We both don't have kids, but we are informed enough, because we used to live in Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union. We are informed enough to know that we shouldn't have more kids when we're poor. And that's how countries died. And that on top of people basically, because of very high education standards that exist here that are borderline free, a lot of kids, teenagers, students, end up finishing college, and then you get brain drain, which is basically most of your highly skilled labor emigrating to other countries after the country has paid for pretty much their entire education, because it's still following this or that form of socialist doctrine on the topic of education. Thank you very much, Pandas, for 12 months. Thank you for a great almost year. No, thank you, Pandas, you fucking G. Thank you so much, Pandas. Aj, sretna nova godina, druže.
Time and money. And this polling was carried out.
So you have an outward migration and not enough births. Screwed. Yeah, we have the worst of both. And we don't even have immigration. Okay? We don't even have that. So it's fucked from every side.
Before the pandemic and rampant inflation inspired a new wave of economic anxiety. Noting the particular drop-off in births among millennials, the Washington Post's Andrew Van Dam wrote in 2023 that just about every source we consulted pointed to the broader economic climate. Hammered by the Great Recession, soaring student debt, precarious gig employment, skyrocketing home prices, and the COVID-19 crisis, millennials probably faced more economic headwinds in their childbearing years than any other generation.
And then you tell these billionaires like Elon Musk, they want you to have more kids. Maybe if you fix these problems instead of hoarding wealth, maybe we will have more kids. And obviously they stop having a conversation with you, because, to repeat myself for the 10,000th fucking time, they don't actually want more people, they want more poor people.
The Guardian was even blunter in an article.
The children yearn for the mines, and they shall not be overtaken by dirty automation.
earlier.
A kid is still cheaper than an automated fucking robot.
This year, leading with the headline, "It's money." Yet, other polls complicate this simple explanation. The Pew Research Center recently asked a bunch of questions to the relatively small subset of Americans who neither have children now nor think they will in the future. Of those who actively want kids, but who are simply pessimistic about their chances, direct economic concerns sit alongside worries about clashes with their careers and broader fears about the state of the world and the environment. In fact, the more one digs into this topic, the more one gets the sense that...
Is that almost every single left-wing argument ever made would solve this problem of people not being able to decide whether they want to have kids or not. That's it.
Declining fertility rates is kind of an everything problem.
The historian Adam Tooze has argued that the period...
It's not an everything problem, it's a systematic problem, but I understand that, Tom's audience are, more like I don't know, ideological toddlers, so I'm not criticizing him here. But it's a systematic problem. This is not a natural state of affairs.
The period we're living through is the age of the polycrisis. A scenario in which repeated...
Because people will use an argument, okay, but people were much poorer in the past and yet they still had more children. Well, the point is we are now more educated but also poor. So we understand the long-term consequences of us having a child that we cannot either spend time with or financially support. So yes, we double screwed.
Financial crises have combined with war, environmental breakdown, pandemics, political instability, housing shortages, and wage stagnation to create a widespread sense that the world is just generally screwed. That this might have an impact on birth rates is unsurprising. Some aspects of this polycrisis, such as rising house prices and rents, actively make it much harder to be able to afford to have children. Others, such as the climate crisis and geopolitical uncertainty, make it harder to justify making the decision to have children in spite of those financial challenges and to simply try to make it work anyhow. All of which makes it doubly fascinating that conservative commentators are leaning so heavily into this issue. Because fixing the fertility crisis doesn't appear to be something that is fixable through targeted interventions. Even simply paying people to have kids doesn't seem to do the trick. The level of cash handout required to counterbalance the rising cost of housing, energy, and food, let alone actually clothing and feeding a child, would be ludicrous.
Reversing the trends in fertility rates then kind of involves trying to at least make some progress on all of that other stuff. Yet many of the most vocal pronatalists are at least fellow travellers with those who seek to either deny or exacerbate these problems.
It's not the money, it's not the money, it's not the money, it's the culture.
There's a sense that the popularity of pronatalism...
I wonder why she doesn't want to talk about the money argument, eh?
...on conservatives is rooted precisely in this contradiction.
Seems like how it's very taboo to talk about something that comes every 25 minutes here, but nobody wants to really talk about it. We have preached against it for many an eon now, and yet it still survives. Only in the darkest corners of YugopnikTwitch does anyone ever still utter their name, but they are still here. Yes, I'm talking about the ad that is going to play in exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which you can finally murder, kill, butcher, destroy for $6 a month if we read through Prime or by gifting to those less privileged than you. For every 10 gifties, I give another 5 because I hate money, but I hate ads more.
Contradiction. To argue that we need to do something about declining fertility rates from a conservative perspective, you have to argue that so-called population collapse is a greater threat than the climate crisis, inequality, nuclear war, misogyny, populism, and so many other issues.
And while for many of us that might seem like an inconvenience...
Populism, this is a pussy thing to do. Such a pussy thing to do. Okay, here I'm calling him out. That's a pussy thing to do, but okay.
To many conservatives and their hangers-on, it's an opportunity. It gives them a reason to play down all that other stuff.
Think about how much public attention has been galvanized towards climate change, worthy cause, something that people probably should be concerned about not trying to destroy the ecosystem, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen in 75 years. There are more pressing concerns.
This newfound focus on declining fertility means they can represent themselves not merely as anti-feminists or climate denialists or defenders of billionaires, tax avoiders and cheats, but as crusaders for a...
Thank you very much, ZVIH, for the gift sub, baby. Euros usually refer to populism as right-wing anti-corruption guys and racism. I'm a Euro, and no, we don't. Populism is all the guys that say they can solve things.
Far more important cause.
The real problem, however, is that none of these figures actually have any realistic solutions to this great threat that they're supposedly so impassioned by.
The Collinses want more babies born to the super rich. Matt Larson suggested we explore the benefits of polygamy. Elon Musk is currently salivating at the prospect of slashing the size of the US state, despite his own pet issue clearly requiring greater support for both parents and older people.
There's so much government waste that's going on that I would call it a target-rich environment. It's hard in every direction. There's this just mad waste.
When I first started researching this video, that wouldn't have bothered me all that much. I wasn't entirely convinced that population decline was anything more than a right-wing fantasy.
But while the global population evidently can't continue to rise forever, and now almost certainly won't, I have become pretty convinced that the speed at which it is currently set to decline does present us with some real and significant challenges. It will require us to rethink our aversion to taxation and spending, our openness to migration, our obsession with economic growth as an indicator of human progress, and much more besides. Easing the transition to a world...
And that is all very good, because those are called contradictions, and they are increasing, which leads to a breaking point in which whatever ideological current is the most organized on the ground will lead to an alternative society which is organized in alternative means to the current mode of production. Okay? You want these sorts of things to break, because it does need to get a lot worse before it gets better. You want more contradictions. That's, I guess, where we diverge with the creator.
Of downward population trends will also likely be helped by providing support to those who do want children to ensure mothers and parents aren't unjustly held back in their careers or placed in financial hardship.
The loudest voices in pronatalism today simply aren't able...
That, of course, does not mean we should not do our absolute best to better our conditions and to minimize said contradictions. But as we should know, as even the most basest of Marxists or anarchists, that's putting Band-Aid on a tumor and then putting a tumor on the Band-Aid and then putting a Band-Aid on the 14th tumor, up until a point that looks more like a fucking dick than it does a disease. So, yeah.
Able to have those conversations.
No, it's not accelerationism at all. That is just fact.
Doing so would run counter to their other...
Accelerationism would be to try and push that to go faster. You don't need to push it to go faster. It's already going.
Political priorities, and quite frankly, stop them from being able to use the issue as a source of panic and distraction. It is, however, going to be a topic that we're all going to be hearing a lot more about over the coming years, and which we should all give a lot more thought to. High five, great job. In fact, demographic change is something I've been thinking about a lot lately.
And that's because the political and economic consequences of our rapidly aging society is at the heart of my debut feature-length documentary, Boomers, which is out now and available to watch over on Nebula. Boomers follows me on a road trip around Europe and the US as I explore the lives and legacy of the baby boomer generation. If this video you're watching now has been about the big dip in fertility over the past 40 years and its acceleration over the past decade, Boomers is about the big bulge of births which preceded that. It investigates how that great mass of baby boomers passing through our society has affected our politics, our housing markets, our culture, the stock market, and so much more.
Boomers is available to watch exclusively on Nebula, the premium streaming platform that myself and a bunch of other fantastic creators have been building over the last few years.
It's just...
Yeah, fuck Nebula. Maybe can go fuck itself. Okay. Thank you very much, Tom. Everybody go subscribe to Tom. You have the video in the pin. That was Tom, and that was natalism. I think I made my points very fucking clear. And I'm glad I did. They were
welcome to another
episode
episode
of the creator, which was his point at the end was things are complicated, and you should think about things. Yeah. I'll stay away from commenting because I'm trying to be nice today. Thank you, Comrade Cat, for a bit. Proud member of the anti-ad death squad and persecuting any ad watching non-subscribers. Lol. Okay. Anyways. Let's move on to the next topic. Natalists care about themselves, but they also care about God, who cares about how many children they have. So let's learn whether Jesus Christ was a communist. Not very controversial, is it? Is it very controversial? I don't know. You tell me. Okay, we got by Uncivilized, a very good channel. This is actually a very good channel. Check it out. It's very, very good. There you go. I'm gonna pin. There you go. Lovely. Okay. The real story of Jesus. Basically, these commies for Uncivilized are gonna be like, Jesus was this guy that like fucking loved everybody and that hated judgment and that thought that the greatest aspects of the human soul and the human mind are the ability to forgive, the ability to understand somebody else's suffering, the internal drive to help. But that would just be communist propaganda. Jesus loved guns, America, and killing the homeless. Fuck the homeless is what Jesus said the second he was born. Let's fucking go, patriotic white Jesus. Let's fucking go, brother.
Jesus of Nazareth was a
based fucking patriot.
Have you heard about those like insane fucking conservatives in the States that are like, we are post-Jesus Christians? That was like 2 years ago or something. Post-Jesus Christians, because Jesus was literally too woke. I mean, there's Christ in the name, my brother. Thank you, AR, for the sub for 2 months, you fucking G. Thank you, wub wub.
Radical revolutionary.
Was Jesus a revolutionary?
He was killed by the cops for refusing to bow to the ruling class. Oh, no. No, that might be your Jesus. My Jesus loves private property. When Jesus saw a man begging for food, he came to him and said, "Why don't you get a job, you dirty fucking cunt?" When a man said, "I am blighted by the world's worst disease and I have boils all over my skin. Why does nobody help me?" He came and said, "What? If we help you, we will have to help everybody else. And that will be fucked up because I hate that shit and I will have to pay for it." Amen. I Lord. When the Lord exited the temple and he saw people selling shit outside of it, he said, "Yo, I believe it would be a very good idea for you to sell merch related to the church and shit and like make a lot of money from it. Hell, why don't you make mega churches where you basically preach for hours while asking people to give you money?" Wait, that's what I do on Twitch. Holy fuck. Just shot myself in the foot.
For many, that's a controversial question to ask. It touches at the foundation of people's religion and faith. But this isn't just a matter of intellectual debate. This belief has fueled revolutions and revolutionaries that have shaped the world.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up.
From Latin America.
And Jesus said to the speculators, "I got 20 on 5. Let's go, baby."
America.
And Jesus said, hit the red. Come on, hit the red. Fuck.
To the United States. And from the Middle East to Africa.
Our struggle is going to succeed because it is a just struggle.
It's even influenced the current Pope.
Pope is secretly hiding his power levels. I don't even know that.
So where did this idea come from? And how did it...
And Jesus said, "Let there be Raytheon For as long as you don't see the people you're killing, it is okay and it is not murder, I promise.
Take hold. For that, we need to understand Jesus in a way you probably have never before. If you like this video and want to support our work, you can become a paid member of our Patreon.
There are three kinds of Jesuses. The first kind of Jesus we can call the historical Jesus. Now that's the kind of Jesus that historians can pretty much verify through using their tools. The second Jesus is the Christ of faith. The Christ of faith, we might say, is the Christ we find in our Bibles, in our New Testament. And then the third Jesus is the real Jesus. The actual person, the real person who walked and lived in that time and area.
The Christ of faith is one you're most familiar with through the Bible. He was a peaceful preacher who performed miracles and told you to turn the other cheek. His main teachings were not about this world, but salvation for the afterlife and the kingdom of heaven. But for people who tout Jesus' revolutionary credentials, this couldn't be further from the reality.
Jesus the man, instead of Jesus the Christ. The historical person who walked the earth 2,000 years ago and said these things, and what the context of what he said meant at the time, and how we should read that today.
They are more concerned with historical Jesus, and to understand him, we need to look back to 1st century Palestine. And the story goes like this. Jesus was a Jew living in Palestine under Roman occupation.
What you mean when Jesus stepped on that land, he was like, hell nah, we gotta give him to a guy from Poland and New Jersey. And they said, but Jesus, what the fuck is a Poland or a New Jersey? He said, I don't know. I was just given $500,000 by some guys that called themselves APAC, and this is what they said I should say, so fuck it.
He was a peasant from the Galilee that became this prolific preacher, creating a mass movement of followers. His disciples were of the poor, the marginalized, and the forgotten within society. They saw him as the Messiah. According to this narrative, which was made mainstream by Reza Aslan, Jesus was calling for the establishment of the kingdom of God. But this wasn't a reference to the afterlife or some heavenly world to come. This was a call for revolution.
Jesus the Messiah has no concerns for the cares of this world whatsoever. His only concern is, the world to come. Jesus of Nazareth was a radical revolutionary whose sole focus was on the suffering of the people on this world right now and the power structures that were creating that suffering.
And he literally died for it. And he literally died for those very same principles, of course, if you believe in Jesus. But even on the cross, people can make an argument. Even on the cross, when he said, forgive them, Lord, for they do not know what they do, he understood that the reason they are doing it is because they were raised that particular way and because that was their belief system, that they were products of that very system in which they found themselves in, which led to his murder. So even in some of his last moments, this is obviously paraphrasing from an incredibly subjective Marxist perspective that I carry, but even in those last moments, one could argue he was saying they are not inherently evil. They are simply what the system that they were raised in, the feudal Roman system, etc., that is the imperial and colonial system. That is what it made them. So it is the system that is the problem, not necessarily these very people who are currently murdering me and putting me on a cross. It's like the allegories you can take from this story, if you don't believe in it, or from this reality, if you believe in it, that's not what I'm here to debate. But like the lessons you can learn and that you can apply to the modern barbarity of exploitation is so in your fucking face that it makes me really fucking confused. Let's use that word. Very fucking confused when I see so many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people that call themselves the worshipers of Christ and yet step over a dying, decaying person on the street.
Jesus wanted to overthrow the Roman Empire in Palestine. While he never directly called for violence, Jesus understood that the reality could never be achieved without the use of force. And how did Rome deal with those who challenged the rule of Caesar and the Roman Empire? Crucifixion. Historically, that was the punishment Romans carried out against people who committed insurrection, treason, or sedition. For the Romans, calling for the kingdom of God was seen as trying to stoke a rebellion. They saw Jesus as a rebel leading a movement, so they crucified him and wrote the King of the Jews on top of his cross.
And a sign was placed above his head that read, "This is the King of the Jews."
For historians and scholars, Jesus was shaped by his environment and not exceptional to it. First century Palestine saw the rise of many messianic figures and movements.
Worship gives you an excuse not to emulate. Jesus was God, therefore his goodness is beyond human. That is the damage. That is the damage, absolutely. But for those lacking in any sort of fucking baseline understanding of self, aka they've always been looking for an excuse. They're now just using Jesus as that excuse that they've always been looking for. Herder, my dad lived in a different world. That is why he achieved those great things. I can never be like that because he lived in a different world. That is why I'm going to give myself excuses for not achieving similar things that he did, Herder. You can always find an excuse. It doesn't have to be God. It can just be Papa.
They
or Unk.
Believed in the rule of God, not the rule of man, and on that basis opposed the Roman Empire. These movements prayed for divine intervention in their fight against Rome, and according to historical records, this time period was characterized by many different uprisings against the Roman Empire. They were often crushed, and their leaders crucified. It is in this context that Jesus emerged. Like others of his time who wanted to overthrow the Romans, his teachings about the kingdom of God, where the poor and the weak would replace the rich and the powerful, can be understood as seeking to challenge the established order. They weren't spiritual, they were political, and in that sense, Jesus was a revolutionary. While this theory is not widely accepted by some scholars, and is controversial for those who hold onto the Christ of faith, it does give us a sense of how Jesus is seen as a revolutionary. But there's also another view, one with its origins in Latin America, that has taken Jesus' teachings and used them to inspire many around the world to rise up against injustice.
I believe that in liberation theology of solidarity with others, particularly with those most poor, it is also clear the poor are loved preferentially by God because they live in a condition that is contrary to his will. And this should be our attitude.
Emerging in the 1960s and 70s, during a time characterized by dictatorships, repression, poverty, and social inequality in Latin America, liberation theology was a movement that sought to take on injustices and transform society. As a theology, it was rooted in the Catholic Church and was built on Jesus' embrace of the poor and marginalized. Its intellectual foundations come from scriptures, historical context, and the application of Marxist frameworks.
It seems to me that to announce the kingdom of God is to announce the kingdom of life. Abundant life, all of life, personal, social, spiritual, material. This is announcing the kingdom of God.
Liberation theologians saw Jesus and his teachings as revolutionary.
From a basic Christian understanding, these people worship individualistic greed and money and not God or humanity. They are idolaters in Judaism and Christianity, and in Islam they are mushrik. I don't know much about Eastern, indigenous, or African beliefs, but about religion, so anyone who does can elaborate on how these motherfuckers will be punished as corrected in your belief system. Yeah, it's basically using it as this or that form of a crutch to evade the thoughts of death without choosing to apply any of the other aspects of the doctrine to life. That's how I look at it, to put it as simply as possible. They only take the part of religion which postpones or completely denies the meaninglessness of death, yet they completely reject any of the lessons that could be taken on the way to live, which inherently makes them dead. That's the dark beauty of it. In their fear of death, they end up never living, not even according to these theological aspects and theories and principles that probably the original writers were intending. So what's worse, dying or never living? I know my answer. That's why I'm here with you.
Revolutionary for their time, and the source of liberation of people from their oppressive material conditions. They preached in praxis, or faith as action.
So we organized meetings and planned our strategy. With the help of the church, we got a human rights lawyer to take the government to court to challenge them on their right to relocate us.
Believing that Christianity required active participation in the struggle for justice.
To commemorate their struggles and celebrate their victories, the women of the base community write songs. This song is about their fight to keep their homes.
Liberation theology also moved beyond the concept of personal sin and highlighted...
Speaking of personal sin, it is a personal and eternal sin to support the advertisement industrial complex. So avoid watching the ad that plays in exactly 1 minute and 10 seconds and support this show for $6 a month or for free through Prime by becoming a subscriber, or give to those less privileged than you the way Jesus would. I'm kidding. And for every 10 gift subs, I gift another 5. Thank you very much.
The concept of structural sin, like systems that perpetuate violence and suffering. Some regard it as a response to the Christianity used to justify imperialism, slavery, and colonialism.
What the Christian slaveholders did with their Bibles.
Thank you very much, Batman, and thank you very much, a deep fried Wario, you beautiful motherfucker, and thank you, Mumbles, which starts a beautiful, thick throbbing. Oh my God. Hype train, and also inspires me to give another 5 subs, baby. Another beautiful 5 subs. There we go. Make the chat bluer. And it's not blue, it's purple, isn't it? I always called it blue. Make the chat purple. And thank you, damn it, Dave, for the 300 bits, you fucking G's. Thank you so much. A deep fried warrior. What a great name. And Jesus Christ, Kalashnikov 21 coming in like a true with the 10 beauties right there, which means another 5 for me, because I hate money, but I hate ads more. Holy shit, lots of followers of Jesus' path in chat. Thank you, Kalashnikov. That is very, very kind. That is very, very kind. Here's 5 from me, baby. Let's fucking go. I too am deep fried.
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
Might change it to a deep fried commie in a minute with all these streams. No, deep fried Wario is mwah. It's lovely. It's very good. What the fuck is happening now? Jesus Christ, RSG.
Wonderful.
RSG with another 10. I really hate money now, baby. Thank you so much. You guys are very kind. You guys are fucking legends. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck?
Wonderful, a new child
What the fuck? And Valorant is going crazy. Think Valorant is glitching or something? What the fuck? Wait, what is going on? What the fuck? Okay. Level 12 train. Are you fucking serious? I'm playing some music. I don't care. Level 12 train. Are you fucking serious? I mean, last time we reached level 18, which was ridiculous, and I'm sure we can never fucking topple that, but level 12 is great. Wait, Valorant fucked up. Wait a second. What the fuck? Are they gonna take money back? Because chat, did you just see that? Valorant just gave me 54 subs. No, it disappeared. It disappeared. Son of a bitch. No, it didn't. Chat. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck is going on? I will thank all the subbers that keep coming in. You fucking legends. But watch this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. The fuck happened? Wait. Valorant,
a new child
Valorant.
soldier. I mean subscriber.
Where is it? Look at Valorant right here. What the fuck? Valorant loves Jesus. Is this how it's supposed to? You will keep it cool. Yeah, this is it made up for a lot of stuff. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Let me play some music. Life is good, man. I love you, chat, so much. So, thank you, Orbital Pyramid. Thank you, Chill Jill. Thank you, Pine Bat Joe. Thank you, Stava Baby. Thank you, Iraqi Mo. Thank you, Grim Alder. But thank you especially to fucking Nanoi for the 20, you fucking legend. We'll now calculate how many I need to give you back. That is 10. That is 15. That is... Thank you, Agard. Thank you, Valorant again. Thank you, Kalashnikov. That is... I need to give 25. 25, baby. New Year's gonna be good, dude. No ads, motherfucker. Holy shit, we might actually reach the target today. Here's 20 from your boy Yugo. We hate ads, but we hate... What more? We hate money, but we hate ads more. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Thank you, Kalashnikov, for the additional 10. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Here's another 10 for me. Oh. Level what? Level 13, bro. Level 13. What the fuck? Are we gonna actually hit the fucking... Thank you, RSG. Thank you, Pinabat Joe as well. What the fuck, man? Let's make the chat fucking people. We will return to our regularly scheduled podcast, but we're listening to some music while the hype train goes, baby. Fucking sick. Fucking sick.
Ape shit, putting in a grave shit. Ain't like what you made, kid. Yeah, it is. Cutting through the jungle in an all black fitted hat low, incognito living. Introvert, but she ain't timid. My art will be timeless. I don't do.
Yo, Balkan chatters, what was that very popular song from those two Bosnian guys that look absolutely the same, where you can't even understand what the guy is saying? He's like, what was the name? Buba Zorelli. Buba.
Limits.
Was it Buba?
Be very specific when you talk on who the best is. How can I address this? Basically, the rest is.
I want to culture shock the Westerners in chat. Thank you very much, K. Pie. Welcome to the community, my friend.
Almost like to me, what a stain to a vest is. You ain't dropped nothing in my eyes. I'm impressed with. Please don't be offended. But I'm not in the business of pretending. I got lines if you wanna get renting, or find the agony on and get venting. Stop
Yeah, this one.
With bullshit, talking nonsense.
Wait, I want to play a song that even in Serbo-Croatian, Bosnian, whatever the fuck, kind of doesn't make any sense. It's a new song that's kind of popular, and the guy, like, just look at the lyrics. At one point, he just starts saying gibberish, and I'm sure that it's gibberish. I mean, it's gonna be gibberish to you no matter what because you don't speak the language. But this is Yala Brat and Buba Zorelli, brat. This is what the fuck, bro. And it's called Bass. It's just meaningless, and I love it.
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
So good. It's bad. I mean, it's bad. You cannot tell me this man is saying anything. He's saying, like, you don't have to speak the language. Look at the CGI. It's incredible as well. This is the weakest Bosnian soldier, okay? Without the subtitles, I would have no idea what he's saying. I guess mumble rap came to the Balkans finally. Level 15, you fucking freaks. The psyche kind of fire though, it's pretty good. Yeah, I have to admit. It's very bad, but it's very good. Level 15, we keep fucking killing it. Last week we did a level 18. This week a level 15. Holy fucking shit, bro. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you so much. Finish the song and go back to the regularly scheduled broadcast. Thank you, Mighty Max, for another 5, you fucking legend. Thank you so much. That means another 5 from me, myself, and I. I can't wait for you guys to find out, like in 5 years or some shit, that I'm like the modern version of Honey, and every time I gift 5 subs, it somehow goes into your bank account and takes money from you or some shit. I wish. No, I'm just literally cutting my profits in half, but more subscribers, less ads. I can live with that, okay? I can live with 50% profit. Jesus, I know I'm not even supposed to do this, because probably some mods are gonna watch and like fuck me over from Twitch. But did you guys see like for some reason Valorant gave us 50 subs? For some reason Valorant gave us 50 subs. I don't fucking know why. I don't know why. I don't want it. I don't know why. Bratан, давай русский song. We can play a Russian song later, but now we're finishing the hype train. We're going back to our regularly scheduled broadcast, and then we might come back. It's a promo they got. I know it's a promo they got, but just ignore me. Just ignore me. It was Xi Jinping himself. Is Valorant a Chinese game or something? That would be funny. It matched 44 on my 20 sub, just a high roller like in September. You fucking G, Nanoy. Thank you so much. Fantastic. And now, Jesus Christ.
Was to take Paul.
the greatest transition of all time. After Yalla Brat, Jesus Christ.
Paul's descriptions of the New Testament world.
This is the most insane transition I've ever done. Holy shit! Like from the Yalla Brat to
slaves
the scripture.
Obey your masters, which was descriptive of the state of life, and to take that as prescriptive. Therefore, masters may have slaves, and slaves must obey in all situations. So this was a type of literal interpretation, and they could claim that they
Riot Games is alas not Chinese. It's not? I thought it was.
Wonderful, a new child
American
soldier,
video game developer. Now, I have to return all the money now. I cannot be taking money from Americans, except American chatters because they're working class Americans. But from an American company, alas, I must give up on what is that? Like the 50 subs. That's a lot of money. I'm not giving that back. Thank you, Pluto. You fucking G for the 11 months. Pluto is one of the OGs. Thank you so much.
were being faithful to Scripture, that they were interpreting.
Riot itself is American, but a subsidiary of Tencent, which is 100% Chinese. Hey, I mean, you know me. You know I'm a Balkan guy. I'm not going to, get the money directly from the Chinese, which I represent on this platform, We got our ways of transferring the cash. The Chinese are smarter than the Russians. They don't just deposit it directly in your account and then, there's fucking freaks like the Bolding guy, they get everybody to know. No. And I don't get them to send money on the account. Wonderful. They just come in here, they pretend to be chatters, they subscribe. I actually have 0 chatters subbing to me. Every single chatter here that is either a gifter or a subscriber is actually a Chinese agent. You think there's 1,000 people here? No, there's actually 950 Chinese agents and around 100 of you. So look around. If you're one of the non-Chinese agents, you're in deep trouble because now we have all your data and we're about to send you copious amounts of pro-CCPP propaganda, okay?
Reading Scripture literally.
Liberation theology was not a monolith, and so theologians were in disagreement about the armed struggle as a means for liberation. Gustavo Gutierrez, one of the founding fathers of liberation theology, didn't openly advocate for violence, but understood the role resistance played in the context of injustice. While on the other hand, Camilo Torres Restrepo, a Catholic priest, engaged in the armed struggle as part of the guerrilla movement in Colombia. He said the duty of every Christian is to be a revolutionary. Liberation theology shaped struggles all over Latin America.
I don't know if you've seen stuff like some of the stuff like this. Pope encourages Marxists and Christians to fight corruption, uphold rule of law. Pope Francis meets with representatives of the Dialogue Project, an initiative that invites socialists and Christians to work for a common ethic and invites them to build a better future for our polarized world. Okay. This Pope is kind of based-ish, okay?
America, from Mexico to Colombia. From indigenous movements to workers' movements and beyond.
Have you seen this? I mean, I'm far from somebody who's going to advocate for fucking Catholics, but Pope, Marxists and Christians have a common mission. Pope Francis encouraged the Marxist-Christian dialogue group to work together for the disadvantaged and against corruption and abuse of power. Christians, as well as socialists, Marxists and communists, should build a better fraternal future. Fraternal future. They should... Imagine this happening in the Cold War, okay? I think the world would explode. They would nuke the Vatican, okay? For a world divided by wars and polarization, said Francis at a reception in the Vatican on Wednesday. He said it was important to overcome rigid, divisive approaches, conduct disputes with an open heart, and listen to one another without excluding anyone on political, social, or religious grounds. Do not allow finance and the market to dictate the law. I mean, I know how much damage the Catholic Church is capable of doing, etc., but, and I know the bar is low, but this Pope, respectfully, is kind of based. For someone running such a, again, rigid and conservative institution, saying shit like that is, I don't know, like the CEO of a company saying, "Yo, maybe we should socialize the enterprise." Worth mentioning, there are still some allegations against this Pope for crimes against humanity, with former Argentinian priests never taking his word for it, that he didn't hand them over to the junta. I know, but I believe he was also arrested by the junta as well. But yeah, that's what you would do with a snitch. I'm not saying I know enough about this gentleman, but after he has taken power, there was not a single instance in which he took socialism and its derivatives and told his literally billions of people congregation that they're bad.
Even assassinated for promoting it, like Oscar Romero in El Salvador.
The U.S. Army helped defeat liberation theology, and that's true. There was a war between the U.S. military and the Latin American Catholic Church, which had adopted a preferential option for
He removed all the cardinals in control of finance. Wow.
The poor, and was working to help poor people, so they had to be slaughtered.
But it couldn't be contained and spread around the world, inspiring revolutionaries and revolutions all over. In the US, there was Reverend Martin Luther King.
Fearing any man, mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
In South Africa.
And if there are more traditional Marxists that are exceptionally atheists, that is absolutely G shit. Like, you do your thing. But also as Marxists, you should understand that both religious dogma, just like any other ideological dogma that might not be based in material conditions, etc., can also be utilized as a tool for the introduction of class consciousness to the masses. And Martin Luther King is a very, very decent example. Just during his time, the more important topic to address and to attack was segregation and crazy ass fucking wacko ass fucking American racism. So that's what he focused on. But I'm 100% sure that I'm nobody. I'm some fucking white boy from the Balkans or whatever the fuck. But from what I know about God rest his soul, the gentleman, if he was alive today, he would definitely be a fucking, at the very least, a Bernie bro, but I'm pretty sure much more radical than that when it comes to the conversation about class. Because he talked about class even back then. So that's all I'm saying. And he was a prime example of utilizing something that people know as a means to introducing them to some other ways of thought. People knew was God, was Christianity, was a very big aspect of their identity. And he used the fact that he was a preacher to, a reverend, to introduce them to some other, ways of thought that apply to the physical realm, not only heaven. As a Catholic communist, I look at Pope Francis like Bernie or Corbyn, not perfect, but he legitimizes the Catholic left, right? I'm very glad to hear that, NB. I'm very glad. Because I'm not Catholic, but that's how at least I see him. I never thought in my life, I'm not that old, but I never thought in my life that I would fuck with a pope. Okay, that came off really bad. That I would hold like genuine relative levels of respect towards someone.
Was Desmond Tutu and the anti-apartheid movement.
Is going to succeed.
Well, what's that term that I'm sorry, I respect them, but they're very LARPy. And basement dwelling MLs, which I love, but still. Let's say, what was the word? Critical support. Yeah, critical support for Pope Francis. Critical support for Pope Francis.
Because it is a just struggle.
In Palestine, we have Palestinian liberation theology in the face of Israeli settler colonialism and Christian Zionism.
In Palestine, we speak of the empire. Here we confront the theology of empire, a disguise for superiority, supremacy, chosenness, and entitlement.
And in the Vatican, there's Pope Francis. Historically, the Catholic Church wasn't too receptive to liberation theology, critiquing its closeness to Marxism and for connecting.
People tend to believe that the leadership of any particular church only and exclusively deals with the different ways that their specific religious dogma is to be seen by the masses which they represent. But they're also human. You do understand that there's cardinals, there's the Pope, there's many people in almost every single religion at the top that also hold both very progressive or very, very reactionary beliefs. There are cardinals that 100%, there are right now alive cardinals that are communists, and there are cardinals that are actual racist Nazis, 1,000,000%. And those ideologies also fight within the particular religious institution when it comes to the direction that religious institution needs to go in.
Faith to
Hitler Youth Pope. I mean, they existed.
Political ideologies and struggles. And for many Christians, they just simply disagreed with that interpretation of Jesus.
You ain't seen an insurrection yet. You keep on pushing our buttons, you low-down sorry compromisers. You God-hating communist America, you'll find out what an insurrection is, because we ain't playing your garbage. We ain't playing your mess. My Bible says that the church of the living God is an institution that the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And the Bible says that we'll take it by force.
Regardless of the debate.
I love how reactionaries will point at the communists and be like, you drink champagne and you drive a BMW and you're a champagne socialist, you use an iPhone and you are a hypocrite. And yet they look at their very own preachers flying in fucking jets and don't apply the same logic. People quote me on this sometimes, and it's my one of my most reactionary takes. And it's that, as Marxists would think that most of who you are is at least 50, 60% is defined by the material conditions that kind of raise you. Structure, superstructure, environment, etc., etc. But again, one of my most reactionary takes is that some people are just fucking idiots. They're just fucking idiots. They're just very fucking dumb. They're just very, very, very fucking dumb. And there's not really a lot you can do with them. There's not really a lot to work with there, Because, we say material conditions mold the man, but they can't really mold shit into something good. If you're shit, some people are shit. Again, this is unironically, this is not based in dialectical materialism. But I unironically believe that Marx was not capable of, as such a smart, brilliant man, and Engels, to adjust their theory to
Wonderful, a new child soldier,
just fucking idiots. I mean, I'm sorry. Some people there's not a lot you can do to help. So the only thing you can do is potentially limit the damage. Thank you, Bill Wog, for the 12 months, you fucking legend. You can't form diarrhea into a solid shape. It's just a bowl of shit, right? Right? And we know, I have a video on it, and I've read plenty of academic articles on it. On average, your environment, now we know, like we actually have scientific experiments. On average, it's about 50-50. Your genetics or whatever, and the environment you find yourself in and how it molds you. And most, quote-unquote, normal people will be able to be molded into incredible members of society, people that can get very close to enlightenment and so on. But some people, just, I don't know, made out of diarrhea, and there's no way you can make gold out of that. In tech support, there's an adage: if you make something idiot-proof, they'll make a dumber idiot. I like that.
What has been clear is the impact of liberation theology on shaping the world for the last half-century. And at the center of it is...
Iron churches closing because of low members. Yes, religiosity in general is lowering internationally. It is. Ableist. Maybe it is. No, that's... fuck you. No, I did not mean... you're trolling me. Why am I even replying to this?
is one core belief. Jesus was a revolutionary and liberator. So, was Jesus a revolutionary? Historical Jesus maybe was. We will never fully know.
Would you say it's genetic? No, I guess some of you missed my point if you're actually asking me this seriously. Who you end up becoming is scientifically proven, 50-50, your environment and your, what you call it, it's 50% nature, it's 50% nurture. That's what we found out with experiments done on twins, etc., etc. I tend to believe that it's 80% nurture, even 90% nurture, but apparently, currently, right now, it's 50-50. He's saying that this take of his is reactionary and not materialist. No, my take that some people are absolute fucking idiots, that's the reactionary one. The one that it's 50-50 nature and nurture, that's science. That's completely correct. That's correct.
But there's another question. Can Christianity inspire revolutionary ideas?
But I think that the 50-50 with a society that actively attempts to mold its people into a more progressive mode of thinking can lower that 50%, which is, you know, what comes from the womb, blah, 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 to a very minimum baseline. And keep in mind that nature versus nurture 50-50 is usually applied on how, on looking at or on separated at early age twins and the way they turned out in their later years while living in capitalism. We don't know how much that would switch in an alternative system. So, you know, it's a long conversation. Can you cite the research? Go watch. I have like 500 quotes. Let me give it to you. And and in the video, I get a lot of shit from people that say it's less. In that video, I actually make the argument that it's more nurture than nature, and it is this video. But what about human nature?
Imagine yourself
is the dumbest conservative argument. And here you have sources. The agile gene, how nature turns to nurture, and here you have more than a few. No worries.
Actions to take on injustice and systems of domination everywhere.
What is comforting is that on average, about 50% of individual differences are genetic and 50% are environmental. Yeah, there's research that says gives one argument, and other research gives the other argument. But what the fuck, Ziffy, you fucking G. Thank you so much. Oh my God, that is 20. That means I gotta give 10, you fucking legend. Thank you so much, Ziffy. Everybody say thank you, Ziffy IH. We love you, Ziffy. Fucking G. Thank you so much, Ziffy. I like seeing it all as
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
I like seeing it all as probabilities. Genetics makes it more probable that you go a certain way, but the actual choice lies with you. Exactly. So, like, so I'm not fucking, because I have a feeling that some of you might clip me on this in the wrong way. Genetics is defines the way you react to particular things. Okay, some have this hormone, some have another hormone, some person's brain is slightly wired a little bit different to another person's, etc., etc. So it basically defines how you perceive reality. Okay, who you are genetically defines how you perceive reality. You will see, like, a very bad example, but three people will look at the sun, and depending on the genetics of the eyes that they have been given from birth, you know, the quote-unquote quality of the eyes, some will be able to stare at the sun for 10 minutes, another one will not be able to stare at the sun for 2 minutes, right? So this is the way you perceive the physical world. And it might become a bit more difficult for you to understand certain concepts when you're built a very particular way than if you're built in a little bit of a different way. But that is in no way an argument to say that when people are slightly built different, they cannot achieve the same things, or they cannot grow to understand particular concepts. Quite to the contrary, us as Marxists know that while the genetic thing or whatever we cannot really contribute much to, but we can contribute to the physical world. We must do the best we can to create a world that is as equitable as possible, so that just the pure luck of what stats you're born with from the get-go play as less of a role as possible. The genetic differences do not make people better or worse. They just make them a tiny bit different. I have crazy anger issues, right? So for me, it's much more difficult to understand why it's not okay for me to bash someone's head in when they disrespect me. And that's how I grew up, and that's why I'm fucking, if you look at my nose, it's like broken fucking twice. I can't even open my full hand with this fucking finger, because literally this is as much as it can open, because of that type of childhood that I've had, because of said anger issues. But I've spoken to enough people, I've read enough, I've interacted enough with people that were willing to sit down and talk to me to learn that is no good, right? So I was born with a genetic predisposition that is very fucked up, but I adapted it and I grew out of it because of how I interacted with the physical world, right? That's it. That doesn't even include that we're working on cracking genetics. That as well. What would skull measurers think of the headphone pivot? Rest assured, I mostly clip you when you say homoerotic nonsense. Thank you very much, Pluto, you fucking legend, for the 10. I missed that. Thank you so much, Pluto. Here's another 5. Thanks to Pluto. Everybody say thank you, Pluto. Pluto really thinks he's still a planet, and, you know, we respect our differences here, okay? There you go. Pluto's been born a little bit different. They're like, I'm tiny. I'm Whittle. So when Pluto heard that, Pluto the chatter heard that Pluto is no longer a planet, because they're a short king, right? Because they're a short king, they had a higher propensity to identify with Pluto. But you guys here, who genetically are taller, you have a higher genetic propensity to look at Pluto, the tiny planet, no longer being a planet, and say, fuck that tiny planet. I do not relate to it. There you go. That's the difference. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And just watch the video if you want to properly learn the argument. Where I, to an extent, pretty much even shit on the 50-50. But that's it.
If the answer is yes, then I hope he was a revolutionary.
The reason I made the video is because I wanted to actually take their argument, what about human nature, at face value. It's a stupid argument from get-go. But I wanted to take it at face value and say, okay, you want to talk about human nature? Let's talk about human nature. Let's look at the modern science on what you're like as base stats when you're born and how it influences your performance in life.
And will continue to be.
Health over wealth!
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, ZFIH, for a 6-month, you beautiful motherfucker. Now let's watch the Free Luigi rally, okay? After deep and strong topics. Yes, did we realize that Jesus was a communist? Yes, absolutely. A militant one. Okay? Jesus himself read Lenin and Mao Zedong. People also don't talk about how Marx is also father of sociology, the study of human nature. Absolutely. You can just write Marx and then bees and humans. He has a great little 4-paragraph where he talks about the main difference between nature as is and as it exists for non-humans and how it exists for us. He makes very interesting parallels between how you do have animals that organize in a social category, such as, for example, bees, to produce and to consume, and how to spread said produced food, and how humans do it. And then he makes it's very good.
Tell us about your sign.
Yes. Government recognized terrorism, MLK, Nelson Mandela, Gandhi, Luigi Mangione. And this just speaks to the fact that historically, many human rights leaders who have stood up against mistreatment, against apartheid,
Mods, please adjust the title. I love you very much.
have also been labeled as terrorists to sow doubt and fear.
Obviously, what Luigi did was an act of violence. Not going to touch on that as much, but he
has lifted us out of the dust and the trivialness of politics and legislation.
And I believe that this is being done to send a message.
Healthcare should not be for profit. That is the bare.
I like the ideas that Jesus read Marx. Thank you very much, and welcome to the community, brother. Oh no, you're 2 months. Sorry. Welcome.
Or minimum. If you put profit anywhere near protecting human life, people will prioritize profit. You cannot have a for-profit system that prioritizes human life and profit. It is impossible.
I've had somebody on the floor fainting, on the verge of dying, who was literally begging, please don't call an ambulance because my family cannot afford it. Do you know what it is to have somebody in so much pain and only thinking my family...
Please be careful with this Papa Yugo. Comrades getting banned for talking about this. Oh yeah, we're very careful. You chatters also be very careful and fucking hold your power levels kindly. Thank you.
They cannot afford it. I'd like to ask the public in general, why is there a correlation with profit and denying people the right to healthcare in their most vulnerable moments?
As you may be aware, there are some current health insurance policies out.
Okay, so let's make this interesting. So we've covered Luigi plenty and shit. Let's watch this video from the following lens, chat. Let's look at how some of the most progressive New York Americans, okay, let's look at it as a sample size, view what Luigi did and why they took time out of their day to come to this particular place. And let's see if there's some relative diversity in where they're coming from, and I don't mean ethnic or whatever, I mean ideologically, right? So let's try and see if some of the people that have taken time out of their day to come and support this, if we have some libs that might have been radicalized by this, if we have some neocons that might have been radicalized by this, etc., etc. Because that's the main way, in my opinion, that we can kind of get close to interpreting what the symbolism of what Luigi did, how that is impacting the very diverse rainbow of American political thought, okay?
Such as limiting the number of hours of anesthesia that will be covered by health insurance for...
Only white people. No, there were so many. You should have watched. There's so many other videos. I don't think this is the only one.
For patients
the
and...
only rally for him. Even though maybe this is a rally, the only footage I've seen is, people outside of the courtroom there to support him and shit.
Recently, another health insurance company changed their policy on benefits for children with autism. Yeah. At the end of the day, our message is not to comment on any healthcare policy alternatives, but to state insurance companies, business people, and people looking to make a profit should not be the ones in charge of which healthcare treatments or procedures people can receive.
Yeah.
Health over wealth!
I'm glad they interviewed a smart, normal lady. Usually what happens here is... you have a bunch of fucking wackos, and that's immediately what the journalist goes and interviews. Even though this is Channel 5, this is a bit... What happened with Channel 5? Chat, help me out here. Were there... It's probably going to be a civil war now in chat. Were the allegations against Channel 5 confirmed, or was it bullshit, or was it... is it more controversial? I genuinely don't know. I have no fucking idea.
What's up, guys? 2:28 p.m.
I was
December
too busy touching
21st,
grass.
2024. I'm here in Washington Square Park in New York City. There appears to be a few things going on right now. There's a rap battle cipher happening. There's some kind of TikTok dance challenge, a Free the Hostages protest, and I'm at the Free Luigi rally. You guys probably know who Luigi is. He's a...
He confirmed them. He was a sex pest, the main guy. He admitted to it. Where he got 2 confirmed cases. He just let it die out and then came back. Okay, understood. We're just watching this because he's the one there, not really because of the... Because, you know, I wouldn't be able to watch Fox or CNN, ironically or unironically, if I, you know, tuned out every time it was a fucking sex weirdo. So, you know, just don't look at me watching this as supporting in the fucking channel or whatever the fuck. You're just there, so let's listen to some people, okay? Thank you.
being held at MDC in Brooklyn right now.
Nigga in there for a body, but he doing the right thing. I said Luigi been the dawn since he put his Pampers on. Vagabonds ran out the mouth like a marathon. Spazzing out, he hopped in the whip, then he carried on with the shooters, got more names than every on. Free Luigi, gang, that ass. Free Luigi. I'll trade players. I've been in jail for 5 years. He don't know what it's like yet.
He is suspected of assassinating the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson.
Brian
suspected.
Thompson is dead after being shot in Midtown Manhattan. The shooting happened near the Midtown Hilton. Thompson was not staying in the hotel, but we've learned he was in New York for an investors conference.
According to a manifesto that was leaked by investigative journalist Ken Klippenstein, who we interview later in this video, Luigi has a major problem with the health insurance industry, and possibly health insurance.
Is it Klippenstein? I always call him Klippenstein. Is that anti-Semitic? I don't fucking know.
Claim denials, which essentially means insurance companies refusing to cover the cost of medical treatment for insured patients, aka paying customers. For you pampered Europeans out there who don't know what freedom tastes like, let me explain something to you. In the United States, on top of sales and personal income tax, we also...
When he addressed Europeans, I was like, oh, okay, a person that actually addresses an international audience, that's not that bad. And then he showed images of British people. Holy shit.
Pay, on average, $550 a month to private companies for something called health insurance, who in return give us a cool card that we take to the doctor when something goes wrong. At the hospital or at the front desk of an urgent care clinic, the doctor or receptionist, before telling you what's wrong or what the options are for treatment, will first ask you if you have the card or not. If you don't have the card, just getting into the door and being seen by a doctor is between 2 to 10 times more expensive. Then after you're in there, the tomfoolery continues. After a doctor diagnoses you and makes a recommendation as to what they believe is the correct course of action, whether it be surgery, therapy, medication, or what have you, they have to file a claim with your insurance provider and ask them, you know, the ones you're paying, if it's in budget for their company. This is called filing a health insurance claim. In some cases, companies will deny the claim.
Funny video. Yeah, I watched it.
Which forces doctors and physicians to present their patients with a depressing ultimatum. Either pay exorbitant uninsured rates for care, or if you can't afford it, get the hell out of here, you sick bastard, and come back with some money. And if you can't find some money, you could submit an appeal and begin that lengthy process, which on average takes over 180 days. A window in which 47% of respondents said their
on average
health condition got worse. United Healthcare, of which Brian Thompson was the CEO, has the highest claim denial rate of any other major health insurance company. Part of this has to do with the fact that during COVID, the company began using AI to assess and deny claims.
Data is at the core of our agenda to improve healthcare, which directly influences how we develop innovative consumer solutions.
Holy shit, chat. Is that a ghost?
According to a class action lawsuit filed in Minnesota by the estates of 2 deceased patients, the AI tool they deployed, called NaviHealth, now defunct, had a known 90% error rate, but the company refused to fix the problem, leading to a series of protests and more litigation from across the country, way before Luigi entered the picture.
Complicating the crime, Thompson was under investigation for insider trading.
The city of Hollywood's firefighters pension fund is part of a class
I didn't know ghosts could insider trade.
action law
That must be the reason he got a heart attack. That's awful.
lawsuit against Thompson and United Healthcare.
These parasites had it coming, Luigi allegedly writes, framing Brian Thompson as a predatory businessman and himself as an arbiter of karmic retribution. Thompson leaves behind a soon-to-be ex-wife and 2 teenage sons, which is sad. People dying sucks. However, 41% of young voters polled by Emerson College, which is sad. People dying.
Why did he put this in? I mean, we can see say whatever you want about Channel 5, but he's very pro-Luigi. You can see that from using the picture of the CEO when he was in jail to actually mentioning the cases against him that were filed. Yeah.
Dying sucks. However, 41% of young voters polled by Emerson College in Boston say the
Jamie Peck said something like 188,000 Americans die a year due to healthcare denying claim. Yeah.
assassination was quote-unquote acceptable. And the past few weeks on social media have seen a rabid frenzy of cult-like Luigi worship, exalting him as a righteous reaper who took matters into his own hands. Something of a communist Kyle Rittenhouse, fulfilling a deep, almost primal void that so many have had for an Italian-American anti-hero since
You mean hero?
Tony Soprano left us in 2007.
His commissary good, he got bitches visiting him, all that.
Despite having pled not guilty, market data suggests that Luigi hats are flying off the shelves at record rates. And with no progressive policy change in the cards for the next 4 years, scores of young progressives have been given hope.
This is a person that he saw was the head of a company that was guiding a company that implemented an AI system to deny.
Guys, my drip today is like I'm about to get assassinated by an Italian-American hero. Your claim is denied. Oh.
Claims to vulnerable people, elderly people, that had a denial rate of over almost 90%, that was continuing, to just profit off of widespread.
No, I am because of the mask, which by the way Luigi completely ripped off me. I should have fucking copyrighted it. I called up my lawyers and they were like, no, you can't, sir. I was like, I want to go to jail instead of Luigi, because it's gonna rank in like crazy fucking money if I stream from jail for like 100 years before my execution. And they were like, number one, that is insane. What the fuck are you asking us? Then they asked me to leave the conference room. I was so fucking confused. But yeah, he copped the look.
Suffering.
If you were to ask how many...
So now I'm a combination of both CEO and Luigi. I am true centrism personified.
people who are insured get denied their healthcare claims. There's no math on that because they will never release those numbers. They don't have to, and it would incriminate them. If you were to ask how many were uninsured and die every year, it's approximately 48,000, which is 4,000.
You see, this gentleman is trying to cop the look, right? He's trying to cop the look, but he does not understand what type of mask he needs to buy. You can buy at YugopnikTwitch.com.
1,000 people a month, 130 a day, 5 an hour, and 1 person every minute and a half is dying in this country because they're being held hostage by the health insurers. Every person that dies does not just die. They are killed by the health insurance system. They are assassinated. They are executed by the capitalist system for profit.
Wow.
And so
Fuck yeah. I love it when they find a smart comrade to interview. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. Almost no dislikes. Let's fucking go spread that good old class consciousness, motherfucker.
Pretend that one man in charge of that system being executed is somehow more important than every single person every minute and a half who is being executed it's abominable.
Imagine carefully planning the execution of someone you don't even know, haven't met, someone who hasn't done a thing to you, and now he's a...
Yeah. The best thing about streaming is you have this thing called Zoom, and you don't actually have to make a counter argument sometimes. You just hear a stupid thing being said by a person, and then you zoom in on their face. And it's the Twitch version of drawing somebody as the Wojak. Okay? The soy jack.
hero to some on the left.
The media pretend
Hasn't done a thing to you, and now he's a hero to some on the left.
The media
And the voice as well works so fucking well, brother.
pretends
Fucking Humpty Dumpty over here.
that because you shoot somebody, it's somehow more unacceptable than to sign a paper denying somebody coverage and signing their death warrant. But it's murder just the same.
I mean, aren't Americans very big fans of self-defense? You know, somebody comes into your house trying to harm you, you fuck them up.
As sad as death is, I mean, this country has been built on blood and death. And
you know, the president and the vice president are posing and smiling with...
Don't we always say that we support Israel when they do preemptive strikes? You know?
A known murderer, Daniel Penny, who is, we know, murdered a man. Whether the legality lets him go to prison or stand go free is a completely different thing. So I would say to the president, if he would stop eating McDonald's and get out of the golf resort, he could maybe ask the billionaire who's dog walking him if he could start...
I love this man. I love this guy. I fucking love this guy. You ever get interviewed at a protest? This is what you should fucking do. I love this man.
Working for healthcare for the people that elected him.
Because health
Bruh fucking vo.
is one of the most important things to being
So
human.
eloquent.
It's one of the things that continue to make us humane, that allow us to do all of the things that society continues to build on, all the things that make you happy, activities, whatsoever. If you are not in good health, then that basically closes the door to every other thing that you would like to do in life. And every other major first world nation, and all of the others, have universal health care.
I came down here because personally I'm going through the whole healthcare thing. I got the same back surgery as Luigi, probably, December 24th.
And can you explain exactly what that surgery is?
It is a surgery on your lumbar. It would be, I believe that would be the L4 and 5 that I got the surgery on.
Lumbar is like the lower part of your back?
Yeah, the lumbar down at the bottom here. And also I got one in my neck.
According to Reddit posts made by Luigi, he underwent a pretty difficult spinal surgery last year for chronic back pain.
Here's cheers to definitely not Luigi. I hate that guy. He sucks.
Specifically in the lower lumbar region, where he had a misalignment that caused him extreme pain, unable to look up, arch his back, surf, rock climb, or be intimate. The surgery, called a discectomy, typically costs between $15,000 and $50,000 without insurance. And even those who can afford it often find themselves waiting months and even years for care.
So when I got my surgery, it was a year and a half of trying to get the ability to get the surgery, and the whole time I had nerve damage. Now I have permanent nerve damage, and they're saying that a lot of it was because I had to sit around for so long. So what they gave me was like a medication. I was on pain like opiates. Now the insurance companies are saying that it's not a long-term thing. I can't sleep. I can't do anything without like medication. I'm at the point where I can't even afford to keep going with insurance. I haven't worked for 2 years since this incident, and like, I guess the reason why I'm down here is because I keep hearing, about everybody suffering from the healthcare system, and like myself, I'm about to be homeless. Like I lost everything. I was making about 114.
Chat, I used to monitor the spinal cord safety on these surgeries. Very rare for something bad to happen, but try everything else before you resort to them, especially if you're under 40. Thank you for the advice, my friend.
$15,000 a year, and now I'm down to nothing. When I went to the disability office and everything, I did that over a year and a half ago, and I'm still pending in the courts. I haven't had a first court date. So the whole system is designed to just take you out. Like in the next 2-3...
Yes, but have you considered he has Gucci glasses? This is what Fox News brain does to you.
months, I'm going to have to find a way to move. I don't have any family. So I'm going to go hang out with some friends and try to do that while I'm suing a company for what happened. But in the meanwhile, there's no help or health care. And now I'm looking down that I won't have any medication, which means I can't go on walks, I can't sleep, I can't sit, I can't do anything comfortably, I can't even cook. So I just wanted to let you know what's going on with me.
What's the medication you're taking?
Oxycodone. 10 by 320. 25. I used to be on five a day, so 50 milligrams.
Recognizing that his
That's so fucked, man.
opiate tolerance was getting far too high, Nicholas asked his doctor to be prescribed pregabalin, an epilepsy medication that also helps with nerve pain.
But the problem with that is once you start taking it for like a month or two, once you stop taking it, the rate for like seizures as a side effect is really high, I'm being told. So no doctors even want to give that to me because I live by myself. You know, I live in Midtown, and I am about to have no help whatsoever. I'm down to my last 6 days of medication, so...
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to take my email down, we can try to help you. I don't know if you need help moving or, you know, we have extra money and shit if you need help. I mean, it sounds like I got you, man. Yeah, well, I want to help you, man. It sounds horrible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
After this interview, I decided to launch a GoFundMe to help Zam move, pay rent, and afford medication, which I kicked off with a $1,000 donation. I hope that collectively we can all pitch in a few bucks and help him to at least get some relief in this objectively horrible situation. He struck me as a great guy, and I'm very blessed to have the platform to help people who need it. I've put the link in the pinned comment in the description of this video. All right, let's...
I'm pinning the link as well if you have any money lying around. Jesus fucking Christ, this fucked me in the head, dude. What the fuck? It's always, you know, we spend so much time here talking about this, but it's every single time when it's a person, it contextualizes it in a completely different fucking way. Fuck me, man. Jesus fucking Christ. This system is
Let's go back to the controversial manifesto that was leaked.
Also in his backpack, according...
I'm not going to say anything because then I'll just make it about me as a fucking guy, you know, screaming on Twitch. But so, yeah, you have the link. Fucking Christ.
to police, a 3-page handwritten manifesto confessing to the murder of United Healthcare's CEO Brian Thompson and ranting about other health insurance bosses.
Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming.
And so whenever you read that manifesto and you noticed that parallel, did you resonate with the frustration that Luigi felt?
I'll be honest, yeah. I don't know if the manifesto is real or not. Like he said, you can't trust anything the NYPD says. Yeah. But in regards to what it said, like not being able to sleep, rolling over,
yeah.
There were days, I had someone who used to come and help me where if I didn't have medication, like if it was on back order before my surgery, I would be throwing up from the pain. I couldn't, crawling to the bathroom. It was fucking terrible. And sorry. And also, if
It's not the real news. You can curse all you want.
As illustrated by this conversation, there's been many disputes regarding the authenticity of the alleged Luigi manifesto. However, the journalist who leaked it is quite reputable, so I believe it to be real. And I had many questions for him. Here's what Ken had to say.
I'm Ken Klippenstein. I'm an investigative reporter.
You made the choice to leak Mangione's manifesto to the public. I want to know why you made that choice.
Well, I just thought it was media paternalism at its worst to withhold this on, I think, the dubious grounds that releasing this out to the public is going to be like some kind of code word, like in the Manchurian Candidate, where it's just going to activate something in everyone's brain and cause them to take out acts of violence against other CEOs. I mean, all this sounds very familiar to me. It reminds me of the argument that violent video games is causing shootings. I think it's just scapegoating something else because people don't want to deal with the underlying issue of why would the health insurance industry produce grievances of the sort that would cause people to find memes about this.
Chat, don't fucking post. I love you. Jesus Christ. Don't post power levels, okay? You have that emote. When you want to post something that you know is illegal on Twitch, post that emote. I love you, but come on.
Person dying funny. That's the question that people should be looking at. And to me, that is the kind of active ingredient in all of this that's driving the response that some people find distasteful. But instead of looking at that, they're just kind of wagging their finger and saying, oh, if we just take it down from everywhere. I mean, I had, internal chats from the New York Times staff leaked to me showing that they were instructed from on high above, like senior management, telling them, we need to, quote, dial down the use of Mangione's photo, his headshot in pictures. The idea being...
That's fucking crazy, bro. Holy shit, that's fucking insane. No, you have unbiased media in the States that actually only cares about the truth coming up.
We don't want to... play into...
I wonder if they did the same thing with the handsome gentleman that killed a homeless guy in the metro. I wonder if they did the same thing.
The glorification of him, and the idea that a picture of somebody is going to intrinsically just, again, cause everyone, like, it shows you.
And to an extent, that's kind of like the cope that they're doing. You know, what lack of class consciousness does to a motherfucker type meme, where they're like, people are relating to Luigi not because of their lived experience and because they're so fucking tired of the system that's slowly killing them. No, the reason people actually fuck with Luigi is because he's hot. And obviously that's a factor, but it's like, what, 5%? What are you? So, like, come on. What kind of castle in the sky do you live in to think that the main reason people fuck with Luigi is because he's a attractive white dude? It's so infantilizing too. Yeah, they think that a pretty face makes people go rabid and violent. Yeah. Because there's no other way for them to even try and understand it. And it's even the libs. If you watch like the Jimmy Kimmel Live or whatever, the other fucking guy, they all look the fucking same. I only fuck with the ginger. Who was the ginger? I fuck with the ginger. Literally, they did a whole sketch after the assassination. They're like, America loves this guy because he's hot. Look at his abs. Like, you're insane. How do you have a platform this big and like a team of writers that like haven't told you no, bro? Like that's not why, man. That's not why. Conan, yeah, I fuck with Conan. I really fuck with Conan.
How much
Bill Burr is the other ginger. I guess gingers are based. I'm adapting my woke eugenics to gingers actually kind of based. Cartman from South Park was so fucking wrong. Gingers and Jewish people are so fucking cool. Everything Cartman believes, the opposite is true.
Attempt they have for the public. They think people are zombies that are just going to see something and just act it out. And there's no critical thought that happens.
Is that their version of populism, killing CEOs?
And look, to the extent that they're justifying this, what they're doing even worse is they're tacitly encouraging copycats.
So you're saying that the CEOs and the government are scared of like a V for Vendetta final scene in Joker contagious wave of assassinations happening?
In fact, they use that word contagion. If you look at what the head of NYPD intelligence, which is a very big office, NYPD is, on the footing of a national agency, multi-billion-dollar budget. And she gave a public speech to the Atlantic Council, a think tank, in which she described this explicitly in, counterterror terms, including the speech being expressed in support of Mangione. And so it's not just about him as an individual. They are treating this, like you said, and using the word contagion. There's this whole, law enforcement theory that it is almost like the Cold War. Or Vietnam, the idea that it's going to jump from communism will jump from one country to another and then it'll spread to another. I haven't seen any evidence for that. To date, there's no example of somebody shooting someone else in response to this. There is an example of a lot of people posting mean tweets and things, but to say that...
And there are thousands of examples of right-wing, sometimes even incest-adjacent psychopaths copycatting other fucking pieces of shit and shooting up schools, but those guys are just demented individuals. They're not terrorists. They're not led by an ideology of hate. They're just poor white kids that we should feel really bad about.
That is comparable to
incest-adjacent incel. Yes, sorry, Android. What the fuck? I mean, also, if you know what I mean.
Murdering somebody, there's just no comparison, and so there's no evidence for it. I mean, I guess what they would say is, well, wait and see.
Yeah.
But what it says to me is that there's a lot of people in the intelligence community that don't know how to read the internet and don't understand irony and don't understand sarcasm and don't understand, shit posting. And so they take it at face.
The people on TV have never interacted with a person who earns less than $100K per year in their life, right? Yeah. And then they say that there is no ideological undercurrent in most American mass media. I don't know, I would call it an ideological undercurrent for you to almost exclusively identify with wealthy people. There's a lot of very correct assessment in the United States nowadays by progressives. Again, very correct assessment. And, you need ethnic diversity in reporting and who the reporters are, who the journalists are, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to prime time, American TV especially, There's no fucking diversity when it comes to class. I'll give you that. Absolutely none.
Face value and say, wow.
Hell, even if some fucking working class guy somehow gets a fucking job in one of those fucking platforms and even gets a show, which, I mean, no, that doesn't happen. Sorry, that absolutely has never happened. That does not happen at all. But even if they do, maybe the Daily Show. Yeah, the Daily Show. I fuck with the Daily Show. God bless that guy. They will eventually get, corrupted by the very same system they walked in. I mean, there's that one socialist stockbroker. Really? Semyonenko, who was that? I don't know.
Wow. There's this army of V for Vendetta masks that are just going to, come out in force with pitchforks and come after us.
Which is a funny example because, Anonymous is completely co-opted by the CIA. This is not a joke. This is 100% correct. I will die on that hill. Anonymous that uses, the V for Vendetta aesthetic and vibe over on Twitter or everywhere else is just the fucking CIA, bro.
And that really
Gary. Gary, no, but Gary isn't he's not on CNBC. Gary's economics is based as fuck, but he's not on CNBC, bro.
Seems to be what the manner in which they're responding. It's a sort of moral panic I think we're seeing right now. And my hope is that people will look at more and more of the evidence come out, not just in the form of the manifesto, but the trial that's going to happen, and say, hey, there's much more to this story.
Yeah, but Gary's on YouTube and he's writing books. He doesn't have a show on BBC. That's why.
Then some guy snapped and just went crazy or whatever.
Yeah, I think there's a big conversation to be had too around the idea of violence. I think that, of course, we know shooting someone in the head or in the body, wherever he was shot, that's violence. That's, you're shooting someone. People think of fist fighting and those kind of actions, assassinations, that's violence. But they don't use that term when they think about policies that lead to people dying and healthcare.
Yeah. And he's hitting the nail on the head. Like, that is the most inspiring aspect of this tragic event. That's the main thing that's kind of lighting up like a light bulb in people's heads, because that is a very good, very, very good organic first stepping stone towards, looking at things from a more materialist perspective. So it's very good. It's very good. And I called that from the fucking get-go, not to tap myself on the back and make this about me, but I did.
Medicine prices that result in people dying or people claiming that effectively is a form of violence. You might not be being strangled to death, but you would have otherwise lived if it wasn't for their policies.
Yeah. And when you look at the urgency of the discussion around this, let's be frank, one person who died, again, there has been no other attempt to kill anybody anywhere else, no evidence of a copycat attack. It's hard to look at that and say there's any other reason for that than that he was a really rich, powerful person, and he's still benefiting from that status even in death, while literally tens of thousands of people die from having to ration insulin, for just one example, something that costs pennies on the dollar to manufacture. It's a disgrace. What do you even say to that? And the fact that the people in sort of the corporate media can't understand why somebody would be driven to rage over that. Whether or not you support what he did, not understand that mindset, it's like, wow, they're really out of touch. They don't get it.
Yeah, they never will get it, but it's okay.
If you'd like to see our full, uncut interview with Ken, where we break down the manifesto sentence by sentence and discuss everything under the sun, go to our Patreon, www.patreon.com/channel5. As many of you know, we are totally independent and mostly crowdfunded.
This is a very good video by Channel 5. It's literally pro-Luigi propaganda. I don't know. I know we're not supposed to like the guy or whatever the fuck. But this, if there's any, stepping stone to redemption, this is a very, very tiny pebble. But it's a pebble, I guess. I don't know. It is a very good video. It is a very good video. Oh la la, mamma mia, Luigi, they got you in the jail. Oh no, it is in the very bad. Why are you in the jail, Luigi? I go break out, Luigi, right now. From Balkans, I sent a missile. I call my brother, Vucic, he put me in a rocket. What a stream, eh? What a stream. What a stream. I got a bit tired. I don't know what fucking hit me. It's fucking between 10 and 12 p.m. here. You fucking G's. What a stream. I will most likely see you tomorrow, though there's a small chance I might not. We might game tomorrow. Actually, you know what? We're going to game tomorrow. We can play Dragon's Age. I'm kind of mid-game. It's almost 2025. It's literally almost 2025. This was a really nice stream. Today we talked about people that want more white people to be born, and it was hilarious. I think it would make a very good YouTube highlight, actually. That one. It might work. Anyways, follow me on Instagram, follow me on Twitter, follow me on stuff. Click the follow button, and it's very edgy. Thank you very much to all the subs. Without you, none of this would be possible. Thank you to all the followers. Click that button if you already haven't. It's very, very easy. It costs you nothing. Thank you to my mods, which are fucking legendary, continuously saving us from Fed posting and the like. And I will see you tomorrow for gaming. By gaming, I mean homosexually playing video games. Not Gaming, but gaming. Now, who should I raid? Tell me, who should I raid? Who should I be a lovely chap towards, okay? Who should I be a lovely chap towards? Even better when it's a smaller streamer, okay? Who do I raid, my beautiful children? Tell me in chat. Tell me in chat. Inspire me. Inspire my little head. We have people saying J. Marianne. J. Marianne, curator of vibes, news, politics. Oh, I'm a follower. Yeah, let's do that. Sunday Fun Day. Ban appeals. Let's raid J. Marianne. Raid. J. Marianne. Fantastic. Say hi, you know what to post. Sorry, I'm fucking brain dead a little bit. Thank you very much, chat, you fucking G's. This was absolutely lovely. Go and spam those fucking beautiful emotes over at J. Marianne's Twitch. Thank you to the follows. Thank you to the subs. Today was insane. Like literally, sub-wise, it was insane. The great jihad shall be successful one day, my beautiful child. Just join the Discord. It's pretty large. It's pretty insane. I lurk there all the time. Thank you very much for your time. Time is meaningless. Time exists, but then it doesn't. The past, the present, the future, they're all intertwined, and you own all of them. Just like you own me, especially if you're a subby. Spam Watch Tease is posting. Really good stream today. I really enjoy this. See you tomorrow for some gay Ming. Bye-bye. Magic Kizzy. Boo boo baba. Rikituku.